Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to her government, to members of the Legislative Assembly and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Honourable members, we will now be led in the singing of our national anthem by Brooklyn Allard in observation of the COVID-19 public health guidelines outlined by Dr. Dina Henshaw. Please refrain from joining in the language of your choice. Honourable members, please be seated, and thank you, Brooklyn.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
Honourable members, there are a number of guests joining us in the galleries this afternoon. First, the guest of the member for Edmonton Castle Downs, Jesse DeWiga and Kyle Shanebeck. And secondly, guests of the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Barbara Morocco. Barbara gave the minister his very first job upon immigrating to Alberta. Had the chance to have a bit of a chat with her earlier today. She's been a loyal public servant for 39 years. I invite you all to rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Brook Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This beautiful weekend on Parks Day, the members opposite were glued to their phones promoting a campaign related to Alberta parks. The opposition claims that the government is selling off park sites around the province, despite the fact that their leader acknowledged just last week that this is not true. The campaign centers around some of the province's wild animals who are imploring, "Don't go breaking our parks," and features an image of the NDP listed as a wolf. Mr. Speaker, I understand that props are not allowed in the chamber, but I really wish I could show you this image. I'm no wildlife expert, but it's clearly a coyote, Mr. Speaker. Now, I understand that members of the official opposition don't take much time from their packed schedule of griping on Twitter to get out of the ledge and into nature, but come on. Most Albertans know the difference between a wolf and a coyote. To add insult to injury for this poor canine, the image, which is presumably copyrighted, was lifted from a 2020 article from the Ottawa Citizen about, you guessed it, urban coyotes. Time for canine behavior and anatomy lesson, Mr. Speaker. Wolves are usually more than twice the size of coyotes. Did you know that they have rounded ears, whereas coyotes have prick ears? They also leave considerably larger tracks and are much more reserved around humans than coyotes. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time the NDP have cried wolf. They've accused us of blowing us up hospitals, opposing democracy, while at the same time tabling legislation to allow a direct vote in matters that Albertans are important. And finally, they went so far as to suggest that a Nigerian-born Minister of Municipal Affairs is a white supremacist. Mr. Speaker, We know that no one's perfect. In fact, we all make mistakes. But the opposition's rabid attempts to spread fear among Albertans is not a good look. Alberta's government is leveraging site partnerships like the one the NDP formed with the town of Sylvan Lake and transferring a small number of facilities to public lands. These will all remain protected and accessible to Albertans. But I'm not holding my breath that the NDP will dial down the rhetoric anytime soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Queen's Jubilee Award awards outstanding young Albertans who demonstrate leadership in community service and talent in performing and visual arts. And while in past years it has been a moment of great celebration for those who have achieved this high honour, this year the government decided to trample on the very thing that enables these young artists to flourish, their freedom of expression. Prior to his award, Jesse Derwega received a phone call from the Minister of Culture's staff informing him that his speech was, quote, problematic, end quote. Fast forward to the ceremony, the minister's office, without informing Jesse beforehand, had pulled his entire speech from airing and going public. They also refused to meet with him after the event like they had promised. Jesse, who joins us here in the gallery today, Mr. Speaker, had this to say, quote, it saddens me that the government has and continues to cut funding to the arts and education in Alberta. The Speaker even saying that the arts simply aren't in our mandate. However, I am grateful to the 25th Assembly, which established this award, recognizing that the performing arts are an invaluable facet of the diversity of cultures and people in Canada. But I am only one student. There are many more young people who need access to quality arts education in Alberta, end quote. Mr. Speaker, freedom of expression is a cornerstone of our democracy and the rights upon which all other charter rights are founded. The minister's attempt to silence Alberta artists into complacency is not going to go unnoticed or unchallenged. The arts are a crucial part of our rich history and culture of Alberta, and with students like Jesse leading the charge and holding the government to account, the arts in Alberta will continue to thrive. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge East.
Mr. Speaker, the future of Alberta's economy is bright. We have the hardest working, most entrepreneurial, and youngest workforce in the country. As we move forward this year, we as government must look towards the diversification of our economy. Tax credits, encouraging investments, and building pipelines have moved us in the right direction. We are getting Albertans back to work, but now we must address how we are going to keep Albertans looking to a better future. We must build up our post-secondary institutions, and I've been working tirelessly to make sure that Albertans have the skills and the institutions they need for the future. Our government is implementing our Skills for Jobs initiative, which will ensure that we are prepared for that future, with young Albertans learning the skills to meet the demand for the sectors and industries that are growing the fastest. That is why I was very pleased to see the Minister of Advanced Education announce investments of over $23 million in Lethbridge post-secondaries. These investments, long overdue, will ensure that the Lethbridge College and the University of Lethbridge will have the facilities and upgrades they need to teach our future leaders. Not only is it about funding key infrastructure and maintenance projects, it is about working with the administrations for these institutions to develop a stable, predictable, and sustainable funding framework. I would like to thank the University and the College in Lethbridge for working so hard in cooperation with not only myself, but with the Ministers of Advanced Education and Finance in making this happen. These are great institutions and are not only leaders in the province, but in the country. Albertans for generations to come will benefit from the recent commitments of our government. The Minister of Advanced Education's concise vision, his open-door policy, consultation with his colleagues and the communities they represent is ensuring that Lethbridge and all of Alberta will have the tools they need for the coming decades.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View has risen.
Mr. Speaker, one of the best things about living in Calgary is the incredible access we have to camping, hiking, biking, and all sorts of outdoor activities. Yeah. All this because we have Kananaskis right on our doorstep. I can't tell you how many times in the last few weeks Calgarians have stopped me in the street or reached out to me to tell me how important Kananaskis is to them. These people are friends, neighbors, even strangers. Many young professionals tell me they chose to move here and start their business or chose a job here because of that access. Others, like me, grew up going to Kananaskis and want their kids to grow up going there too. That's something I fear might not be possible because of this UCP government. The government is devastating Alberta's parks, offloading 184 parks around Alberta, 1,400 campsites in Kananaskis alone. I don't know a single Albertan who voted for this government to deprive them of access to K-Country. Kananaskis is part of the legacy Albertans will leave to future generations. It should be treasured and maintained, not stripped for parts so that the government can pay for their handout to profitable corporations. This is the opposite of a job creation move. How many companies or professionals came to Calgary because the quality of life offered by our proximity to this amazing outdoor experience? Our parks are essential to the Alberta spirit, to who we are, and when this government puts our parks on the auction block, they are threatening the very soul of Alberta for a pittance in savings. It's not too late for this government to finally take out their earplugs and start listening and do the right thing. I would urge all of my UCP colleagues to consider doing that.
The member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm encouraged by the steps we are taking as a government to curb the issues on rural crime. The hiring of more police officers and a joint program with municipalities, along with volunteer citizens, will go a long way into helping our communities. However, Mr. Speaker, with recent events being considered, these steps can't happen fast enough. For example, there was a high-speed chase in Calahoo where shots were fired at a local constituent who was following behind the truck that was stolen. Most recently, we had an armed robbery take place in Parkland County, where criminals came back multiple times and used gunmen to prevent homeowners from pursuing them while on the phone with 911. Mr. Speaker, this is happening right in my backyard, and I believe that there are further steps that could be taken to tackle this issue. New technology and ways of doing things are available, largely from what was traditionally a military-only application. We have great local companies here in Alberta that utilize drones for photo capture and video surveillance. Some have already teamed up with well-known pipeline companies for the purpose of right-of-way patrol, ensuring that the pipelines are safe. I don't believe that it would be too much of a stretch to have companies such as these tied into our plan to tackle rural crime. Well, the drones are monitoring things like the pipelines. If a call comes in for emergency services about a break-in or something of the like, we temporarily reroute that drone over to investigate. This live feed would provide the ability to follow criminals without citizens risking their lives to try to protect their family and property. Additionally, that drone can act as a communications tower for multiple law enforcement and EMS to communicate with each other, something on a common frequency which currently is a challenge. I look forward to having these discussions with the Minister of Justice and how this can be accomplished and developing a plan to confront rural crime head-on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The official opposition House Leader has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the second time in this legislature, Alberta workers are under attack from this UCP government. Bill 32 nickels and dimes workers and will not make life better for Albertans. While the minister states that legislative changes will not reduce pay, his own fact sheet tells a different story. So Alberta workers, let me break some of this down for you. Your holiday pay will no longer have to include vacation pay. So if you want to take a holiday and use a stat to extend that vacation by an extra day, your average wage will be cut in half for that day, 50% less than you would have received a year ago. Now, what about transitioning to a new job? You give your required notice, you leave your job at the end of July, and start a new job at the beginning of August, knowing that your new job won't pay you until at least 2 weeks after you start, likely closer to 3. And the job you just left, they don't have to pay you until the end of August. Not your unused vacation, not your wages earned, nothing for 31 days. Bad news for students out there, your summer employer won't have to pay you until the end of September. Hope you weren't planning on using that money for your textbooks. What about averaging agreements? There are no agreements. The employer alone gets to decide what works best for them and only has to give you 2 weeks' notice to impose those changes on you. Average work schedules are nothing new. For seasonal workers, like oil workers, these are fairly normal. However, the new changes allow for averaging your hours for up to a year. They can keep you employed, not lay you off for breakup, where you would be able to apply for EI, and average your yearly hours to reduce overtime payouts. Sure, you get a paycheck all year, but in the end, the amount of money in your bank account is drastically reduced. Mr. Speaker, these attacks on workers are wrong. Why is this government intent on taking billions of dollars from the pockets of workers to give it to the shareholders around the world? In the opposition, we know this is wrong, and we will continue to fight against this second version of pick-your-pocket legislation for our constituents. 2 bad government members won't do the same.
The honourable member for Livingston-McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Located in the far southwest corner of Alberta is undoubtedly one of Canada's greatest gems. Waterton National Park, the 4th national park in the country and the 2nd in Alberta. Waterton and its American counterpart, Glacier National Park, form the oldest transboundary protected area in the world. They are also a World Heritage Site, and this year Waterton celebrates its 125th anniversary of being declared a park. Waterton boasts incredible vistas, the Prince of Wales Hotel, fantastic food, and a number of other attractions. Wonderful trails overlook views of the whole valley surrounding beautiful Waterton Lake. The town and the park are also full of history, from the role of Kootenai Brown as a first settler in the park, to the story of the building of the Prince of Wales Hotel, to the very first oil well in Western Canada. In Waterton, they often say every day is Saturday. There is no slow day, as visitors, often over half of those of American origin, fill the town. Over 500,000 visitors fill the park each year, despite the park only being open during the summer months. This year, summer at Waterton looks very different for most businesses in the area, as the usual stream of American tourists has dried up due to the COVID-19 pandemic. When I visited Waterton a couple weeks ago, I spoke to business owners who are working hard to adapt to the realities of fewer visitors in the park. One way that every Albertan can participate in the economic relaunch strategy is to use this summer to see their backyard rather than traveling internationally or even to other provinces. This summer, I hope that Waterton and many other locations in Livingston-McLeod are part of Albertan summer plans. After all, we have many great attractions and lots of good parking.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Edmonton, Glenora.
In 2017, I brought forward the Voluntary Blood Donations Act because I wanted to support a strong Canadian blood supply for Canadians. The UCP wants to repeal that. It doesn't come as much a surprise that the UCP wants to bring an American-style blood donation system, just like they want to turn our public health care system into a corporate-driven American-style two-tiered system. The UCP tries to refute the fact that they are Americanizing our healthcare, but today they invited an American-based professor to speak to the committee about American-style corporate model for blood. Pushing the sale of blood will do nothing to increase supply for Albertans. In fact, the private for-profit donations in Saskatchewan and New Brunswick are being shipped to Europe and are doing nothing to increase plasma in Canada. In fact, by donating to a private international company, it ensures that it will not stay in Canada and threatens the very security of our domestic supply chain. The CEO of Canadian Blood Services told the committee today that he would not be neutral on this issue. He expressed concern that this bill will drive less control in Alberta in terms of our own blood supply. The member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo and the sponsor of Bill 204 said that he had consulted and discussed this bill with Canadian Blood Services, but he didn't invite them to speak to the committee because he knows that they don't support his bill. I believe in CBS. I know that they were created in response to the tainted blood scandal, and I want to see CBS succeed because because I think it's important that we have a secure domestic supply. Clearly, the bill's sponsor and UCP don't share that goal. Our party believes that a secure domestic supply for patients should be the focus. Canadian Blood Services believes that this threatens this outcome. The bill still has a chance to be defeated in this House. The UCP has chosen to put the interests of corporations ahead of public health care so far, but I want to encourage all Albertans to reach out to the Health Minister and to all MLAs to convince this legislature that Bill 204 should be defeated and that CBS and our domestic supply are a priority.
The honourable member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Tri-Region is an area made up of the City of Spruce Grove, the Town of Stony Plain, and Parkland County. The three collaborate on a number of initiatives ranging from tourism to housing initiatives to so much more. Recently, the Tri-Region took the lead on regional cooperation yet again by going through the process of forming an integrated regional chamber of commerce. When the Greater Parkland Regional Chamber of Commerce was officially formed, it became the third largest chamber of commerce in the province, following only Calgary and Edmonton. This further proves the positive effects of regional cooperation, as the Tri-Region will now have a robust voice that can attract investment to the region as a whole. This has been a long and difficult process for everyone involved in all three regions, but their efforts have been extremely successful. Representing over 600 businesses, the Greater Parkland Regional Chamber offers local businesses a wide array of services, from education opportunities to professional advice and networking opportunities. The new chamber also ensures that the voices of business owners in my riding, as well as across Parkland region, are represented effectively at the provincial level. The larger chamber will be able to advocate for policies that constituents in my riding care about to the Alberta Chamber of Commerce. The Tri-Region has long been an example of the effectiveness of regional integration. It was a pleasure to be involved in it during my time as a city councillor in Spruce Grove, and I've enjoyed working with all members of the Tri-Region since my election as an MLA. It's a pleasure to serve alongside such incredible leaders, and I look forward to seeing this group play their important role in our economic relaunch moving forward. Thank you.
Honourable members, it is now time for oral question period, and the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week we learned the government is trying to prevent doctors from leaving Alberta, while the Premier claimed he only knows of one doctor leaving the province. Just one. Now maybe he's talking about Dr. Nalini Reddy, who wrote last week that the government was trying to, quote, deny us basic charter rights and handcuff us in place. I have been oppressed. I will not be oppressed again. I cannot in good conscience and faith accept the changes the current Alberta government is enforcing, end quote. Premier, is Dr. Reddy the only doctor leaving Alberta?
The Honourable the Premier.
So, Mr. Speaker, apparently according to the Socialist Party, we're now oppressing physicians by paying them more than in any other province in the country and more than ever in Alberta history. In the second quarter of last year, under the tenure of the NDP, there were 10,599 physicians registered in Alberta. In the second quarter of this year, under the current government, there were 10,905 physicians registered, an increase of 306. Mr. Speaker, that is an increase, not a decrease, an increase of the physicians registered in Alberta.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But no, Premier, you're oppressing their rights by ripping up their fundamental charter rights. But maybe the Premier was talking about Dr. Will White. He's the clinical medical director of adult inpatient psychiatry at the Foothills Medical Centre and a clinical professor at the University of Calgary. Dr. White tweeted out his acceptance of a new job in another province, and he dedicated it to, quote, all the UCP ministers and MLAs who claim doctors leaving Alberta is an empty threat. Adios, end quote. Is Dr. White the only doctor who's leaving Alberta, Premier?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to inform the NDP, but the political preferences of the Socialist Party does not constitute a charter right, nor is there a charter right to an annual increase in compensation of 6%. There is no charter right to a 23% increase in compensation for physicians over 4 years. There is certainly no charter right to a future $2 billion projected increase, a 40% increase, if we don't bring physician compensation within the means of taxpayers. I'm also pleased to inform the member that we've seen a significant increase in the number of physicians who are billing Alberta Health.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a charter right is breached when you tell people what job they must keep and whether they can or cannot move from one province to the other. And this Premier should know that. Now, maybe the Premier was actually talking about Dr. Heather Gooden, Dr. Beenish Rahid, Dr. Lindsay Campbell, Dr. Anelis Nordman. The list is endless. We know half of Alberta's doctors are thinking of leaving. When will this Premier fire his failed minister, get back to the table, or will he admit that chasing doctors away is part of his plan to deprive Albertans of health care to pay for his $4.7 billion handout?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'll just take the month of February, pre-COVID, there were, last year, under the previous NDP government, 9,377 physicians billing Alberta Health. And in February of this year, under a different government, 9,630 physicians billing Alberta Health. That's an increase of 253. Of course, every year, for a whole variety of reasons, physicians will come and go. But, Mr. Speaker, since this government took office, the number of physicians working within the Alberta healthcare system has increased, not decreased.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition for her second set of questions.
Well, you only threatened to not let them leave last week, so it's going to take a bit before you start to see those numbers. But Albertans were deeply disappointed when the Premier's so-called economic reopening plan failed to mention childcare. Hardly surprising, given that a new report shows this UCP government's support for childcare is the worst in Canada. 20% of operators reported that they may not reopen at all. Now, economists say there can be no recovery without a serious plan for childcare, but this government just isn't listening. Why is this Premier shackling half of Albertans when it comes to participating in any kind of economic recovery?
The Premier.
Of course, the government is doing no such thing, Mr. Speaker. The government has worked very closely with childcare providers to facilitate their reopening and compliance with the public health restrictions. What the NDP leader characterizes as shackling is actually the requirement for appropriate populations or group sizes within the public health orders, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Children's Services working very closely with child care providers in this respect. And, Mr. Speaker, it's one of the reasons we're determined to ensure the safe reopening of schools this September.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, what I refer to as shackling is the fact that this government is the worst in the country in terms of supporting childcare, and it's not just us raising this issue. Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem says one of the main threats to Canada's recovery is a failure to reopen childcare centres. And RBC says that COVID-19 has knocked the women's workforce participation from historic highs to a 30-year low, and they say, quote, policies to address childcare will be crucial in keeping women engaged. Operators, civil society, even bankers understand the need for childcare. Why doesn't this Premier understand?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, we do, which is why one of the reasons why Alberta reopened childcare facilities more quickly than I believe any other province in Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's why we provided direct financial support to private childcare operators. And it's also why we have a plan to increase the number of positions that are available in the long term, in part by streamlining regulations that have limited the number of new childcare centres in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, I know that I think the NDP leader's favourite words is Alberta is the worst. She had an MLA the other day say Alberta was the worst province in the country in which to be a woman. Isn't that interesting? Because hundreds of thousands of women have chosen Alberta as their new home in recent decades.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier has funded childcare the least, and they have the highest number of childcare centres likely to close. Now, the Yukon government is developing an affordable childcare program, and the Premier there said the cost of childcare shouldn't be stopping Yukoners from going to work, end quote. But shrinking access to childcare is preventing Albertans from returning to their jobs. Once again, Albertans have to watch other premiers get it right, while this Premier doesn't get it at all. Why won't this Premier commit to supporting our constructive proposal for universal $25 a day childcare and help get all Albertans back to work?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, well, partly because the NDP has no such proposal. The NDP leader's memory is so short, Mr. Speaker, these days. She seems to have forgotten. She was Premier for 4 years and did not provide universal childcare. That was a pilot program that created how many thousands of spots, a few thousand spots, for a population of 4.4 million people. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report to the House that Alberta's economic retraction based on retail sales and credit card billings was smaller than the other large provinces, in part because we did reopen safely, prudently, and more quickly. Hear, hear.
The Honourable the Member for Edmonton Glenora has a question to ask.
This weekend, a letter from the Education Minister to teachers was released publicly stating that school boards had funding already to deal with the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. That's news to me, Mr. Speaker, and to thousands of Albertans who've reached out to me with their concerns about a safe reopening. We need new supports, we need more physical space, and we need more staff, not less. But all we're getting are cuts and talking points. So to the Minister, do you really want to go down in history as a minister who refused to protect students from COVID-19? Because that's the legacy that you're headed in.
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member for Edmonton Glenora is certainly going to go down in history as a opposition MLA who makes a lot of stuff up. The truth is this, that there is no funding cuts for the education system, Mr. Speaker. The member, if she takes 5 minutes to research this, can see line by line that school boards across the province are receiving equal or increased funding this year versus last year. And these school boards collectively have hundreds of millions of dollars of... the NDP leader is angry and she's heckling again, Mr. Speaker. The school boards have hundreds of millions of dollars of reserves for a rainy day. This is a rainy day and we encourage them to use those funds.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
Governing is about choices, Mr. Speaker, and the UCP has chosen to hand over $4.7 billion to wealthy corporations instead of supporting a safe reopening for kids in kindergarten to grade 12. If the Premier spent 5 minutes reading his own budget, he'd see that they have less money in this year's budget than the last NDP budget, with 30,000 more kids going to school, Premier. So shortchanging students is a very cold choice that's going to result in increased costs for parents this fall, and we know that many families are already struggling to make ends meet. So to the Premier, why are you asking parents and staff to carry the increased costs of back back to school during a pandemic.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we are determined to facilitate a safe reopening of the schools, working very closely with school boards, with trustees, with superintendents, with principals, and of course with parents to ensure the safe reopening. The Minister of Education will have more about that tomorrow. There's one thing we do know about the NDP, though. They always think the solution to everything is to spend more, even though we have a $20 billion plus deficit this year. And it's incumbent upon them to tell us how to pay for more. Whose taxes do they want to raise and by how much?
Member for Edmonton Glenora.
$4.7 billion in corporate giveaways, Premier. We've told you that for over a year. Here's a quote, Premier, from a teacher in Calgary. She teaches elementary school. She says, quote, "I'm kind of horrified at the lack of response from the current government. I'm updating my will in August. I'm not even kidding, Premier. Staff and families are asking for funding to support increased cleaning and PPE, and this Premier decides that reopening schools is appropriate under his current budget. It's going to make schools less safe, period. And there is no economic recovery without safe reopening for schools and for childcare. So, Premier, why won't you put the resources in place to ensure safe reopening of schools?"
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education will be outlining a comprehensive plan for the safe reopening of Alberta schools this September based on extensive consultations. She'll be doing that tomorrow. But allow me to respond to the huge whopper, typically coming from the NDP, $4.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, now first of all, let's remind the NDP that they raised business taxes by 20% and revenues went down for 4 straight years as a result. $4.7 billion, Mr. Speaker, has every credible economist in the province has said that is complete rubbish, a total figment of their imagination. They're trying to gross up a 4-year figure with no growth factor into 1 year to mislead people. It's shameful.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
The numbers are in, and wow, are they grim. Women are being left behind, and this government has done nothing to prevent that. According to Stats Canada, men's employment is roughly 9% lower than pre-COVID levels, while women's employment levels are 12% lower. On top of that, women lost 51% of all the jobs in March and April, but only gained 45% of the jobs in May and June. Premier, when will your government realize that your economic recovery plan does nothing to address women, and when will you start addressing the roadblocks that are stopping women from participating in Alberta's economy?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the NDP is finally starting to figure out that there is an economic crisis of almost unprecedented scope in this province, the biggest global contraction in 90 years, a concomitant crash in energy prices for our largest industry sector, and it's affecting Albertans of both genders and all people of all backgrounds, Mr. Speaker, including Alberta women. And that is why we have this bold and ambitious action plan, the Alberta Recovery Plan. I would remind the member opposite, however, that one of her bosses, Gil McGowan of the AFL, wanted us to shut down all of those hospitality businesses, which many women depend on for employment for months to come.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Many women are not re-entering the workforce, not because of the lack of job opportunities, but because they're not able to participate. RBC has reported that women's participation in the workforce has dropped to 55%, the lowest since 1985. And these numbers are particularly alarming for mothers with young children. Alexa Briggs told the Calgary Herald that juggling working from home and childcare is mentally and physically exhausting, and she's not able to return to work. Premier, will you acknowledge that one of the biggest hurdles facing women is a lack of affordable, accessible childcare? Or are you content with women being pushed out of the workforce?
Good. The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member opposite of their record and what their pilot did. It exacerbated inequities in our childcare system, which were made worse during this pandemic. They supported 4% of childcare centres across this province, 2% of parents, Mr. Speaker. What we do know is that right now only half of centres have reopened, and of those, occupancy is at 41%. We're going to continue to invest dollars. I believe in the last 2 budgets, millions and millions of dollars, I believe around $30 million reinvested to support low-income working parents who really, truly need help getting back to work.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
That minister talks talks about getting women back to work, but it's not clear how women will get back to work. She says her government is encouraging childcare centres to work with parents, and she says we're encouraging really common sense things. But what's common sense to everyone outside of this government is the need to provide affordable, quality childcare. Premier, will you finally address the burden that women are facing, start supporting their re-entry to the workforce, and reverse your decision to cancel $25 a day childcare?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, the members opposite continue to present, not just once, but again twice in the last elections when Albertans voted against it, but a third time last week, a half-baked and uncosted plan for $25 a day childcare that only supports a select few. Mr. Speaker, they racked up debt, they picked winners and losers, they ignore small businesses, they ignored female entrepreneurs who run these centres, and Mr. Speaker, they ignored preschools entirely. We won't take lessons from them. We will continue to support working parents who really truly need our help getting back to work. That's targeted investments, reducing red tape so that parents can get back to work and centres can support them.
The Honourable Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen how integral our labs have been to our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Alberta is a world leader, testing more per capita than any other jurisdiction in Canada. In fact, our labs in Alberta have been outperforming most jurisdictions in the world. However, there is a pressing need for new lab equipment and infrastructure, not just in Edmonton, but across northern Alberta. To the Minister of Health, what is being done to meet the demand for diagnostic tests?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the pandemic has clearly demonstrated, effective laboratory services play a critical role in protecting public health. Today, I was pleased to announce $15 million to upgrade lab facilities in Edmonton and throughout northern Alberta. This grant is for medical lab diagnostic equipment such as centrifuges, microscopes, analyzers, other pieces of essential lab equipment. We're also committed to providing efficient and sustainable medical lab services with advanced equipment and tech to help meet the needs of Albertans into the future.
The Honourable Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For more than 20 years now, most publicly funded lab services in northern Alberta have been successfully provided by an independent contractor. Given that the NDP actually planned to shut down Edmonton's independent lab provider with a $50 million penalty to taxpayers, and given that they also want to spend upwards of $200 million building government-run laundry services, ignoring the experts at HS who concluded that independent providers were far less expensive, and given that there is still an urgent need for improved lab services, to the Minister of Health, will this grant provide enough funding to HS to meet the needs for new and upgraded equipment to serve people in Edmonton and northern Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albertans rely on high-quality lab tests and results which inform more than 70% of our healthcare decisions. 75 million lab tests are performed every year in Alberta for 2.3 million Albertans. AHS will be installing new and upgraded lab equipment to help ensure that patients have access to the latest technologies. And because our government is committed to addressing the need for lab services in Edmonton, and this grant to AHS is a significant step forward.
Honourable Member.
Speaker, and to the Minister for that answer. As the previous NDP government is blinded by ideology, and given that Albertans deserve much better patient results than they're currently receiving, and given that the NDP speak of American-style healthcare, can the Minister of Health please explain, will this new equipment mean patients have shorter wait times for CT scans or MRIs, since there's a huge demand for this type of diagnostic test?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this funding will further strengthen our health system here in Alberta and ensure that people have access to top quality health services. This is over and above the previously announced $30 million to replace and upgrade medical equipment around the province. Now, not only will our large hospitals in Edmonton benefit from this investment, but also facilities from Leduc to Boyle, from Grand Prairie to Bonnyville, and throughout northern Alberta. We know that there is a need for in these areas, and we're going to meet those needs for Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar has a question.
Kananaskis Country is an internationally regarded tourist destination that's part of our provincial heritage and provides so much space for recreation to both Albertans and to visitors. Apparently, members of the Government Caucus have never visited or experienced K-Country, as they're allowing the Premier and his Environment Minister to shut down, sell, or offload 51 provincial recreation areas in K-Country for commercial development. To the Minister, can you tell Albertans and tell the people hiking in Cape Country today why you believe erecting 5-star hotels and condos in this pristine natural environment is necessary.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has reached a new low. I'll just use the quote from his leader on Friday in a press conference about this issue. And she said, no parks will be sold. That's true, Mr. Speaker. Again, the leader of the opposition acknowledged on Friday that no parks would be sold, and this is just fear-mongering yet again. The NDP continue to try to fundraise on this issue, manipulate what Albertans think. It's disappointing, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we treasure Kananaskis as a precious park, Mr. Speaker, that will continue to be protected under this government and will continue to be invested in by this government.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Goldbart.
Well, given that there is no investment forthcoming and no protection forthcoming, and given that when the constituents of Banff Kananaskis moved to elect a UCP member to represent their interests, they likely didn't realize that she was going to stand behind a minister who's closing 1,400 campsites in Cape Country alone. And given that those constituents have a right to know whether that member either doesn't care about preserving their campgrounds or doesn't have any sway, can the Minister of Environment tell the House whether any MLAs in his caucus have expressed concerns or tried to stop him with his plot to close hundreds of parks and thousands of campsites across the province?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, the desperation is just unbelievable from the NDP, Mr. Speaker, particularly from that honourable member. We are not shutting one campsite in this province. They're fully open and fully operating, Mr. Speaker, and the member from Banff Kananaskis knows that, Mr. Speaker, and so does the leader of the opposition, the leader of the NDP, who said on Friday, no parks will be sold. That's true, Mr. Speaker. That honourable member knows that, Mr. Speaker, but continues to fearmonger because that's the NDP, the politics of hate and smear and misleading Albertans, Mr. Speaker. It's so disappointing. Albertans can rest assured we'll continue to stand up for Kananaskis and make sure Albertans can enjoy it for generations to come.
The honourable member.
Given that those generations will be mining coal in Kananaskis instead of camping there, and given that tens of thousands of Albertans have raised concerns about the UCP's plan to offload 184 parks across the province, and given the pushback is growing as people come to realize just what it means to their favourite summertime getaways. For those Albertans seeking more information and who are bewildered why this government would destroy and sell off our parks, can the Minister of Environment list off who exactly he's consulted with on this terrible fire sale? And if the answer is no one, will he at least back away from this ridiculous plan?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is never tired of being wrong. It's very disappointing to continue to see him and his party misrepresent facts inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker. The reality is no parks are for sale. Certainly no parks inside Kananaskis, one of our most treasured and protected areas in this province, are for sale or will ever be for sale, Mr. Speaker. And the reality is the parks that are inside Kananaskis already are protected from industrial development, including coal development. So it's very, very shocking to see the honourable member again come to the House and fear-monger and cause Albertans to be scared about their parks. But rest assured, we got it under control.
The honourable member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government didn't consult Indigenous communities before suspending environmental monitoring, and they didn't consult the Northwest Territories government. They have a legal obligation to do both. Who did they consult extensively? Groups like Suncor and CAP, according to the emails that surfaced in the media. To the Minister, how come Indigenous communities didn't have a voice on the suspension of environmental monitoring?
The Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, the government did not suspend environmental monitoring. Alberta Environment did put some postponements on environmental reporting, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we worked with the industry to be able to provide requirements that would help people that are working in the industry remain safe, just like we did in many other industries, including teachers and healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker, as well as with Indigenous communities. For example, Fort McKay, who's asked for an extension on the Moose Lake planning process because of COVID. Of course, we're going to work together with all communities that are involved to be able to keep people safe during COVID, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud that we did that at the same time as protecting the environment, because that's what we stand for.
The honourable member for Calgary-McCall.
Given that the CEO of the AER wrote to impacted Indigenous communities, promising them a meeting to discuss their concerns about the abrupt suspension of environmental monitoring, but given it then took weeks for a meeting to be arranged according to emails, and given that by then testing of air and water quality had long been suspended, Minister, has the AER finally met with Indigenous leaders after it broke the law when it suspended the environmental monitoring? And if so, what is being done now to address their concerns, please be specific and please pretend you actually care about.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
And that's the angry NDP, fear-mongering and misleading the public, Mr. Speaker. That's all they can do inside this chamber. Yes, the Alberta Energy Regulator took some steps to protect employees, just like the government did. We would do that again, of course, if we had a situation where we need to protect people from COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. That's the fact, but we did continue to protect the environment. We will always continue to protect the environment, Mr. Speaker, but that's, again, that honourable member just hiding from the fact that he oversaw an AER that's been found by the Privacy Commissioner and others to be corrupt, Mr. Speaker, and I will ask him, like I have all his colleagues, does he know where the missing $2.3 million is?
The honourable member for Calgary-McCall.
Given the Minister of Energy clearly thinks that the duty to consult with Indigenous communities is optional, and given that the Chief of Fort McKay First Nation stated, and I quote, it shouldn't be onerous to forge a working relationship. And given the AER has already become a dumping ground for the Premier's buddies who can't find work elsewhere, to the Minister, climate change denying John Weisenberger gets a voice on environmental monitoring, but chiefs don't. Is that fair?
The Honourable Minister of the Energy has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta, like almost every single jurisdiction across North America, across the world, as a matter of fact, suspended reporting requirements for environmental reporting. There were no suspension of environmental monitoring. Mr. Speaker, it was done to protect safety. It was done because of COVID, and it's not out of any ordinary practice of any jurisdiction across North America.
The Honourable Member for Lloydminster, Vermilion Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, an important industry in my constituency is oil and gas. Recently, the federal government provided grant money to the rehabilitation of inactive wells. I understand that the first phase of the site rehabilitation program is now complete. However, some of my constituents have voiced concerns regarding the length of time involved in receiving information about potentially successful applications. To the Minister of Energy, could you please provide more information regarding the timelines involved in an application, some of the reasons that could cause a delay, and what we'll see different in the coming phases of the program?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Site Rehabilitation Program is a $1 billion program, and we launched it within 2 weeks of receiving word from the federal government that the funding would be available. We saw a phenomenal response to the program with over 36,000 applications for Phase 1. Now, it's taken some time for my department to get through those applications, but we are now through them, and we've caught up on the backlog. Mr. Speaker, we're now rolling out Phase 3 of the Site Rehabilitation Program, which is a straightforward and more targeted round that will allocate certain funds to each and every site operator, well, licensee in Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Vermilion, Lloydminster Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, given that all businesses, but specifically hydrocarbon-based businesses, work off demanding and time-sensitive schedules, and given that for these businesses, an approval gets their employees back to work and is important for the overall cash flow, especially after the COVID pandemic and a drop in energy prices. Can the Minister please let us know if the Ministry of Energy is able to reassess any applications that were found to have administrative errors so that we can focus on getting people back to work?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the answer to that is yes. In Phase 1, we had over 36,000 applications, as I noted, and many of them were put in a very rushed basis, trying to get their applications in the door quickly. And they had administrative errors, things like incomplete clauses. They had subject to clauses, incomplete, missing information. So, Mr. Speaker, I've instructed my department to reassess those applications. Many companies spent hours, some spending 18 hours a day to get those applications in. And, Mr. Speaker, we will take the time and reassess them for those administrative errors.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, given that Alberta chose a model allowing companies to apply to projects related to SRP, and given the unique nature of my constituency being one that is heavily influenced by the politics and policies of Saskatchewan, can the Minister please explain why Alberta chose this approach to the distribution of grant money rather than the Saskatchewan Research Council's top-down procurement model?
Sir.
Challenges here in Alberta is the enormous number of inactive wells. We have over 91,000 inactive wells in Alberta that have accumulated over 6 decades or more of activity here in Alberta. And with that, we have many, many more wells and well sites than Saskatchewan, and we have a much larger allocation of the federal funds with $1 billion to distribute. So, Mr. Speaker, it's extremely important that we allow the program to proceed. We want to ensure that companies who have the ability to pay contribute, and we want to do that to ensure that the polluter pay principle is honored.
The member for Calgary-Buffalo has the call.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has provided $19 billion to provinces to help municipalities across Canada with the cost of reopening during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's been reported this money is to go towards purchasing PPE, transit services, childcare, and a paid sick leave program. To the Premier, can you list exactly how Alberta will use its portion of this funding? And if not now, when will Albertans learn how the funding will be used?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows, that this is a very recent announcement by the federal government. At this point in time, Mr. Speaker, we are working very closely with the federal government and our municipal partners to make sure that this investment in all sectors of our municipal government and our economy, achieve the right balance.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Given that this Premier has doubled down on his failed $4.7 billion corporate handout while leaving businesses scrambling during the COVID-19 pandemic, and given that the Premier has refused to provide any details to date on a paid sick leave program, despite endorsements from the federal initiative from some of his peers, and given that a paid sick leave program would help prevent COVID-19 spread in workplaces by allowing workers to stay home when they're not feeling well, to the Minister, will you finally reveal whether Alberta will offer a paid sick leave program and when? Workers need answers and they need the support.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. As indicated in the House a number of times, our government continues to work with the federal government on what the outlines of a paid sick leave program might look like. The announcement was made just yesterday. We're continuing to work through the details, but we understand the importance of this, and I'd like to point out to the Honourable Member that CERB is in place for this if there is a need at this point in time, and we'll continue to work with the feds to make sure we have a program that supports Albertans and Alberta job creators.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister. Given that there's more to personal protective equipment than doling out masks alongside Big Macs, and given that businesses are saying the $5,000 grant from this government doesn't go nearly far enough to cover the costs of PPE, especially if COVID-19 is going to be part of our reality for many months or, God forbid, years to come. To the Minister, will businesses be receiving additional support for PPE and when? Or do you believe that the grant that you've offered is enough to cover their costs for the duration of the pandemic?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the member from Calgary-Buffalo that this province led the entire province in making sure that personal protective equipment were available to our businesses, not-for-profit sectors, and our municipalities. Mr. Speaker, I am very glad that the federal government have stepped forward in recognition of the tremendous amount of work that Alberta and indeed other jurisdictions in this particular country played in making sure that we contain the tide of COVID-19 pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs has a question to ask.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my member's statement, Jesse Derwega of Red Deer was told he couldn't deliver his acceptance speech for the Queen's Jubilee because he called out this government's cuts. I also understand that he had a meeting with the minister this morning and no apology was given. To the minister, is it really the position of your government to censor Albertans who speak out against your terrible, cruel cuts? Isn't that a lot of Albertans that you would have to silence?
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, I am completely baffled every single day when I stand in this House by the questions that are brought forward by this MLA. It was such a pleasure to meet with Jesse today and to talk about the award that he was given. The office of the Lieutenant Governor is a nonpartisan, apolitical office. That means that anything that happens under the office, and I was just a humble attendant along with the Minister of Advanced Education. It was such a privilege. We're very proud of Jesse, very proud of the accomplishments of all of these students.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Given that Jesse has some questions that he wanted me to personally ask the minister, and given that I'm going to ask two of them now in this House. First one, Minister, you say you are a champion for the arts, but all you've brought forward are cuts to the arts. Is that because members of your caucus have said, quote, the arts simply are not in our mandate?
Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Well, I would hope, Mr. Speaker, that after the conversation I had this morning, that that MLA actually had a conversation with Jesse about me answering these questions already. But just to reiterate, we are in a fiscal crisis in this province. We are absolutely beyond lucky and with the abundance of dollars that we have going to the arts, and we will continue to leverage those dollars. But it's also completely disingenuous for this MLA to be asking about funding for the arts supports when actually on their side they did nothing to support the arts while they were in government.
The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Given that I met with Jesse and given that he said there wasn't clarity to the questions, here's the second one. Given that when the minister was deputy leader of the UCP, she urged her fellow party members not to adopt a policy in favor of outing LGBT+ children in gay straight alliance clubs, and given that our arts communities are a place of solace for many LGBT people, what actionable steps is the minister taking to protect LGBTQ2S+ youth in Alberta? What is she actively doing to protect LGBTQ+ kids, and how does she justify the actions of some of her colleagues who have attempted to take away rights from LGBT?
The honourable member for Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the level of division, bigotry, and the dark side of the NDP that continues to come out to create division in a province where really all of us have been elected and come here to produce unity and to bring people together. I had such a lovely conversation with Jesse this morning to reiterate the importance of protecting all people in this province. We are so unbelievably blessed to live in a province where those protections of rights are first and foremost in the minds of all Albertans. Like everyone in this House, we will continue to protect the rights of all Albertans.
The honourable member for Red Deer South has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday was a great day. The Minister of Education and I were in Red Deer with our friends, our mayor, our premier, and the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to announce a recovery community for Central Alberta. This will greatly bless individuals and families. It will provide opportunities to support Albertans choosing a better way, a path towards recovery from addictions. To the Minister, how do recovery communities support individuals becoming free from addictions?
The Honourable, the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable members of the City of Red Deer for their support to make this a new reality. Recovery communities are long-term treatment facilities based on the therapeutic community model that used over 65 countries throughout the world. They provide holistic treatment that focuses on the whole person and overall lifestyle change, not simply sobriety from drugs and addiction. We're very proud to introduce this world best practice to Alberta, and congratulations to people of Red Deer being the first of the 5 communities that is building.
The honourable member for Red Deer South.
Given Albertans have received the panel's review of supervised consumption sites, given the panel listening to local businesses and families reported the NDP fixation on drug consumption sites led to profound economic damage to local businesses and tearing of social fabric in our communities. To the Minister, how do recovery communities provide a contrasting positive course correction, supporting and respecting businesses and families in our communities?
The Honourable, the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is absolutely correct. The previous government focused on the failed one-pillar approach with no solution or way out for people who suffer from addiction. When the expert panel listened over 19,000 burdens, they concluded the current system is a system of chaos. Mr. Speaker, we're going to correct all of that. We're going to fund detox. We're going to fund treatment. We're going to spend another $25 million to create 400 new spaces focused on treatment. Mr. Speaker, we're going to get people out of addiction while protecting our community safe.
The honourable member for Red Deer South.
Given addiction is a challenge of human nature, Success requiring beginning with the end in mind, supporting and loving our neighbors to become free from addictions. Given the fixation on drug consumption sites lacked vision, was a profound failure, with our families and communities suffering for it. To the Minister, how will recovery communities inform a principled course correction towards loving and supporting our neighbors seeking to become free from addictions?
The Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can't be more agreeable to the honourable member's statements. The previous government lack of vision created chaos, create their legacy of social disorder and needle debris. Mr. Speaker, we're going to clean up all of that. Instead of managing addiction where it is allowing the population to grow, we're fighting addiction by rapidly expanding access to treatment and recovery. Mr. Speaker, we're creating the Alberta model that is leading the nation by helping people out of addiction into recovery.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, Dr. Yubaka Bogu resigned from the board of the Health Quality Council of Alberta in protest of this government's plan to place them under the direct control of the Minister of Health. In his letter, Dr. Bogu states that this change imposed under Bill 30 will affect the independence and objectivity of the council and its work and give the Minister of Health carte blanche to control, direct, and interfere with the work of the council. To the Minister of Health, why, at the same time as you're undertaking a massive transformation of our public health care system, are you undermining the independence of the body appointed to monitor it? Or did I just answer my own question?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reject Mr. Agbogu's criticism of the recent changes to the Health Quality Council of Alberta. We're expanding its mandate and making it more relevant in its mission of improving the health system and making it more focused on the needs of Albertans. Changes to the council are part of our broader commitment to focus on patients and not like the NDP ideology. Professor Agbogu's main point seems to be that having the council report to the ministry somehow impairs its functioning. I reject that entirely, Mr. Speaker. The change makes us consistent with other provinces.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this minister wants to be consistent with other provinces, he can stop fighting with doctors, give them arbitration, and stop chasing them out of the province. And given that Dr. Agbogu goes on to state that the government did not notify or consult with the HQCA before tabling this bill, and given that he calls this the last straw in a pattern of behaviour from this government that involves shutting out vital partners considering fundamental changes, and given this government indeed has a shameful record of shutting out experts in our healthcare system in favour of manufacturing reports and manipulating statistics, to the minister, what does it say about your plans for a public health care system that you're apparently unable and unwilling to be either honest or collaborative in your supposed reforms?
Point of order is noted at 2:32. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the professor makes it clear in his letter that he has much wider issues with our government and that he chose to make his resignation an occasion for public statement of his differences with us. Now, I appreciate that an NDP appointee finds that it's impossible to serve a different government, and Mr. Speaker, I respect his decision.
The honourable member.
It's unfortunate he didn't respect him before now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But given that it was only last week that we learned the Minister of Health is attempting to pressure the CPSA to force doctors to practice against their will to help cover for the mess he created. And given this follows on news, he shut down an open hiring process to instead appoint the UCP's former executive director as Alberta's health and mental health advocate. And given that he's now set his sights on the HQCA. To this minister, how badly are your decisions going to hurt and damage our public health care system that you feel the need to control every single independent body set up to defend and protect it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that sound you hear is the NDP getting to the bottom of the barrel, scraping the bottom of the barrel, Mr. Speaker. Look, if physicians are that important to the NDP, why have they still not refused and failed to distance themselves from the xenophobic rantings and the false narrative that was created by one of their failed candidates when she called our international medical graduates, a third of all the doctors in this province, scabs? The NDP have an opportunity today, Mr. Speaker, to speak to our IMG doctors, a third of all our doctors, and making sure that they see that they are an important part of the system and not scabs.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, our caucus dropped off letters from tens of thousands of Albertans who signed our petition at handsoffmycpp.ca. Since I seriously doubt the Premier has read any of them, let me summarize. These Albertans do not want the Alberta's Premier's hands on their pensions, and they do not want Alberta to withdraw from the CPP. Each time we ask, the Minister of Finance says more study is needed on an Alberta pension plan. Yet the member for Tabor-Warner's office is telling constituents, quote, "We are going to pursue a referendum." To the Minister of Finance, when did you change your mind, and when is the referendum scheduled for?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is we are doing a deep dive. We're doing work and research to identify the opportunities, the costs and risks of going with an Alberta pension plan versus a Canada pension plan. Mr. Speaker, the Fraser Institute found that there was approximately close to $3 billion in potential savings every year for Albertans. Mr. Speaker, we believe we owe it to Albertans to at least investigate this great opportunity.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Given Albertans are concerned this government has already made up their mind, and given Treasury Board and finance officials told the minister in a briefing note that an Alberta pension plan would start with hundreds of billions of dollars in unfunded liability, and given the minister promised Albertans he would release a more detailed analysis on the significant risks posed by the idea, and given at least one MLA's office is already telling folks there will be a referendum, when will the finance minister table any analysis for pursuing this policy? What is the hold up?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, just to set the record straight again, under a Canada pension plan or under an Alberta pension plan, Albertans have the same amount of liability. We're responsible to fund future payments out of the pension plan, Mr. Speaker. What we will do is continue to do some detailed analysis, again, so that we can properly identify opportunities and then put the question in front of Albertans, should it appear that there is a reason to do so.
Honourable Member.
Given more than 30,000 Albertans signed our petition at handsoffmycpp.ca, and given thousands asked to appear before the Private Members Bill Committee to express their opposition to withdrawing from the CPP, and given this UCP-dominated committee voted to kill my bill that would have protected Albertans' pensions from this Premier, why doesn't the minister just drop the act and admit that he will never table analysis because he doesn't want people to see the real numbers before he pushes the referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite never asked for debate on that question in this chamber, so I take offense to that statement. Mr. Speaker, what surprises me, what I cannot figure out, is why the NDP oppose our efforts to create and find a fair deal for Albertans within this confederation. We owe it to Albertans to discover every opportunity that could position this province in a better way, particularly at a time when we are in an economic recovery.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are concerned about the management of Alberta's orphan well sites. Economic downturn, not to mention the hostile provincial administration, thanks to the previous NDP and their activist friends, left companies unable to maintain operations, leaving many oil and gas sites at the end of their operation life and unable to provide the necessary closure to these sites. Then, May 1st of this year, the Ministry of Energy announced the launch of Site Rehabilitation Program, set to invest $1 billion into cleaning up sites and putting nearly 5,300 Albertans back to work. To the Minister, can you give the House an update on Phase 1 and 2 of this program?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you to the member for the question. I'm very pleased to share that as of this morning, $75.8 million has been allocated to 155 Alberta-based companies under this program. Just last week, I had the privilege to visit a site on the Enoch Cree Nation alongside the Premier, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, and Grand Chief Billy Morin, Chief Alexis, and Stephen Buffalo of the IRC. Mr. Speaker, the site we visited was the very first producing well on the Enoch Nation, dating back to 1941, and today it is being...
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that great news. Given that the previous government was always happy to pose with large checks and take and talk a good game, and given their results, especially in regards to the energy portfolio often left Albertans in the lurch as they overpromised and underdelivered. To the Minister, how is this government ensuring that Alberta tax dollars are being prudently, efficiently, and effectively applied to the applicants to the site rehabilitation program and in getting Albertans back to work?
The Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This $1 billion program is meant to create jobs as well as clean up environmental liability. It will create 5,300 jobs across Alberta. Mr. Speaker, our process is being very careful to ensure that applications are judged fairly, that we do due diligence, and that we spread the work out amongst all regions of the province, including all sizes of companies, big or small. Mr. Speaker, the program's success will be judged on the number of companies that receive work, the number of sites that are cleaned up, the number of jobs created, and the amount of work for Indigenous.
The Honourable Member for our Calgary-Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to the Minister for her reply. Given it is a testament to the drive for Albertans wanting to get back to work, and given it is also a testament to how badly this program is needed, with over 35,000 applications and over hundreds of different companies to the site rehabilitation program, given it is obvious that that large of a volume could not be processed in such a short time, but progress had to be made quick. To the Minister, for the thousands of applicants not yet processed, will there be future phases for companies to reapply and be processed?
The Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the answer to that is yes. It's a $1 billion fund, and we've only rolled out tranches 1 and 2, and we just rolled out tranche 3 last week. We've allocated over $75 million. In opening up round 3, we are taking an approach where we're going to offer up to a set amount of funds to each and every licensee in Alberta. And shortly after that, Mr. Speaker, we'll be rolling out another round that will look more at the area-based closure programs. Mr. Speaker, we're getting people back to work here in Alberta.
Honourable members, in 30 seconds or less, we will proceed to the remainder of the routine.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions. Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
Honourable members, are there tablings? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview has a tabling?
Yes, I have a tabling. I have the requisite number of copies, and I think that the Premier would find this interesting because he referred to it in question period. It's a report on the best and worst places to be a woman in Canada, 2019. So I'd like to table that.
You have multiple tablings. The Honourable Member.
Thank you. This is Darren's spot. Where can I sit? I'm on duty.
Do you have more tablings, or are you all done? Okay. Are there other tablings? The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table signed letters and corresponding memorandums of understanding outlining support for the Western Economic Corridor that I spoke of the other day, including support from the NATE, Ever Geothermal, Big West Machine and Welding, Biocomposites Group, Pembina Pipelines, and Alberta Forest Products Association. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I might just remind members of the Assembly that the purpose for having you stand still when the Speaker rises is not for some sort of edification of the Speaker, but for the Speaker to be able to determine who might like to address the Assembly and who is just moving about. If we can all do that, it will sure make our process a little bit more expedient. Is there anyone else wishing to table a document? Seeing none, the Clerk.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following documents were deposited with the Office of the Clerk. On behalf of Honourable Mr. Madu, Minister of Municipal Affairs, pursuant to the Safety Codes Act, Safety Codes Council 2019 Annual Report, pursuant to the Government Organization Act, Alberta Elevating Devices and Amusement Rides Safety Association Annual Report 2019-2020, and Petroleum Tank Management Association of Alberta Annual Report 2019.
Honourable members, we are at points of order. And there was a point of order called at 2:32, which has been withdrawn. And as such, we are moving to orders of the day, orders du jour.
Under motions other than government motions, motion 508, Mr. Shepherd.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre. It's all you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise today and propose the following motion, motion 508. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to partner with municipalities across Alberta to invest in the supportive housing required to end chronic homelessness in all communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, homelessness is a long-standing issue here in Alberta, and indeed right here in my constituency of Edmonton City Centre. Indeed, between 1999 and 2008, homeless counts in Edmonton showed a steadily increasing rate of homelessness. In fact, by 2008, homelessness in Edmonton was at an all-time high, with more than 3,000 Edmontonians living without a home. And it was projected that if action was not taken at that time, by 2018 we would have 6,500 Edmontonians experiencing homelessness. So at that time, the then provincial government formed the Alberta Secretariat for Action on Homelessness. They worked with community-based services, municipal and city governments, and programs across 7 major centres: Edmonton, Calgary, Lethbridge, Red Deer, Fort McMurray, Grand Prairie, and Medicine Hat, to develop a plan to end homelessness in Alberta. The goal was to do so by 2019. The centerpiece of that work was the adoption of the model of housing first, the practice of making our first step in helping individuals experiencing homelessness to ensure that they are in fact housed, to give them a place to live without judgment or precondition. And indeed, that has been a relatively successful program here in the province of Alberta. Indeed, since it was first adopted in 2009, we've seen over 10,500 people in Edmonton housed. Despite that, here in Edmonton, at last count, we have just under 2,000 individuals who are experiencing homelessness. Of those, 56% are Indigenous, 44% are women, 26% are youth. And about 25% of that total, that would be around 500, are experiencing chronic or episodic homelessness. In other words, they've been consistently in that position for many years. Now, episodic homelessness, or chronic homelessness, episodic specifically, is rooted in more complex challenges. It usually involves health issues, issues with substance use, mental health, or having experienced violence. Chronic homelessness, that is the extremely long-term and ongoing homelessness, often spanning a decade or more, is almost universally as a result of complex barriers, particularly related to mental health and substance use. For those individuals, the standard Housing First model is not enough. Due to the unique and complex challenges that they face, many of them are not able to remain stably housed without significant assistance, so that's where supportive housing comes in. It's essential to helping those individuals, because supportive housing provides continuous support for individuals who've experienced chronic homelessness or housing insecurity by combining subsidized housing with 24-hour on-site wraparound support services, including health care, addiction counseling and treatments, and other critical supports like mental health. It provides those residents with stability, safety, and a community with the staff and other residents. Now, a fine example of supportive housing right here in Edmonton would be Ambrose Place, which is just outside the east boundary of my constituency in Edmonton Highlands, Norwood. Now, Ambrose Place is a social housing apartment complex for 42 individuals who identify as Indigenous. Some of them have long been considered some of the hardest to house individuals in our city. Most of them are long-standing substance users. And like many others experiencing chronic homelessness, they had frequent encounters with police and the criminal justice system, and they've been heavy users of emergency medical services, both through EMS and at emergency rooms like at the Royal Alex here in my constituency. Ambrose Place welcomes those individuals, provides them a home in a non-judgmental environment that embraces a philosophy of harm reduction, where Indigenous elders, health workers, independent living workers, social workers, and addictions counselors meet those residents where they are to try and improve their health and well-being and gradually reduce their substance use so they can find stability. And it's been enormously successful, not only in giving these individuals a better quality of life and reducing the attendant social disorder, but in terms of reducing costs across multiple systems. In fact, in 2017, Alberta Health Services released a report showing that 2 years after these individuals moved into Ambrose Place, they saw a 58% decrease in their number of inpatient admissions at hospital, an 81% decrease in their total number of overall inpatient days in hospital, 74% decrease in the number of overall inpatient acute days, 45% decrease in the number of times they visited the emergency department, a 31% decrease in the number of EMS events they had, a 68% decrease in the total number of noted addictions and mental health related EMS events, and a 54% decrease in the number of noted respiratory cardiac related EMS events. That is a significant savings, Madam Speaker, because a hospital stay for a person experiencing homelessness costs more than $8,000 per day. A single emergency room visit costs $840. It is far cheaper to pay the annual budget of Ambrose Place, which is about $2.2 million a year, to keep those individuals housed and stable in dignity, in community, with the supports that they need. Indeed, in their submission to the Alberta government for budget 2019 last year, the City of Edmonton asked for $124 million to help construct 900 units of supportive housing over the next 6 years here in the City of Edmonton, plus operating grants for the medical supports needed to ramp up through 2026 to about $24 million a year. And they noted that the 8,400 people that they've been able to house since 2009, for an overall reduction of homelessness in our city of about 43%, has saved an estimated $920 million in health and justice system costs. That is why I'm calling on the government for increased collaboration with municipalities, because this is a shared cost, Madam Speaker. Because the reality is, while homelessness is a local issue, it is also a provincial one, both in terms of responsibility and in terms of cost. And when the City of Edmonton takes actions to house people, that saves us provincially money on the healthcare system and on other social supports. So calling on the government to partner with and reinvest some of those dollars to assist in that housing just makes sense. And at a time when the provincial government, in some respects, is in fact downloading a number of costs onto municipalities while simultaneously cutting back other supports, you might even say there's even more reason for the provincial government to provide support on an issue that will save costs for both levels of government, create stronger communities, and improve the lives of potentially thousands of Albertans. Now, I recognize the debate today could quickly devolve into a vigorous round of finger-pointing and accusations about whose government spent more or did not spend, or what our government may or may not have done. I mean, should it come to that, we do have a list of all the capital projects currently under construction or completion that our government did invest in. I'll let my colleagues address that if need be. But in truth, that's not my purpose. I'm concerned that the largest investment that we've seen from the government so far regarding homelessness in Edmonton has been to rebuild and expand a homeless shelter, despite clear calls from the city and the community for at least a portion of those dollars to also go into supportive housing. And I'm certainly disappointed that the government chose to cut $53 million in funding from maintenance for affordable housing. But I recognize that this government is early in its mandate. It has time to make some good decisions. And I hope it will, because I recognize that it has formed a panel to conduct a review of affordable housing in the province. But I also recognize that the need is now and is present. And at a time when the government is looking to make capital investments to boost the economy, the City of Edmonton has 4 shovel-ready projects to build new and affordable supportive housing units in the city that would also create 740 jobs. That sounds to me like a reasonable investment. Plus, Boyle Street Community Services has a new iteration of the redevelopment project, which previously had the support of the Ministry of Community and Social Services, that would include 47 units of housing, leveraging private funds and partnerships, just waiting for the provincial government to step up and be a partner alongside the City of Edmonton as well. There's the opportunity to act now and in collaboration with our municipal partners to take real action that will benefit our economy, that will reduce costs for both the provincial and local governments, particularly in healthcare, which this government has set as a priority, and to do so in a way that is going to build stronger communities and better lives, and indeed improve the economy for all Albertans. So I look forward to the debate, and I encourage all members to vote in favor of this motion.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government supports the motions before the Assembly. Our government is working with the municipalities across Alberta. We are investing in supporting housing to help those in need. We are providing social support to help the individuals struggling with addictions and mental illness and other serious issues. Madam Speaker, my ministry's Capital Plan 2020 allocate about $417 million for 3 years to provide 2,000 new and regenerate affordable housing units. Madam Speaker, in January of this year, our government announced about $11 million capital investments for 42 permanent supportive housing units in Lethbridge. On-site supports, we will help the individuals who live in this home and to get back on their feet. In May, we announced $26 million for capital maintenance and renewal for seniors housing. We are working to ensure seniors in need have access to a safe and secure place to call home. Madam Speaker, early this month, I was proud to announce the member of our Affordable Housing Review Panel. We need to address the growing demand, and nearly 500,000 Albertans live in a home they are not affordable and unsustainable. Alberta's affordable housing system has not changed structurally for more than 2 decades. Our review panel will inform a new vision of an affordable housing. The panel member will share their insights and advice and help us to make affordable housing system more efficient and effective. We must continue to support vulnerable Albertans and make the housing more affordable and accessible. Madam Speaker, we will support this motion today, and our government will continue its work to provide supporting housing and help Albertans in need. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to motion 508. And I just want to thank my honourable colleague from Edmonton City Centre for bringing it forward. It's a very important and timely motion, and I'm very pleased to speak about it. So certainly right now in the time of COVID-19, we know that housing is the first defense against COVID-19. Without a home, Albertans can't self-isolate. And we know through some of the provisions that were made for people who are experiencing homelessness, centers were set up. But really that's just a stopgap measure. What we really need is supportive, affordable housing, so that people can have a permanent place to live, and then they are well taken care of. And as my honourable colleague just mentioned, and I will certainly expand on that, is just what a difference it makes in any individual's life if they have a stable, supportive housing arrangement. So it is a tremendously important and an effective way to address concerns. So we know that certainly when the NDP was government, and at the time I was Minister of Seniors and Housing, our government committed a substantial investment into affordable housing, $1.2 billion during our mandate, to really make a significant difference in affordable housing. The sad part of the story is, of course, there was a big hole to fill. When we became government in 2015, there had been tremendous neglect by Conservative government after Conservative government in terms of the investment in affordable housing. So there was a lot to do, and as we well know, there's still much more to do. And so that's why it's so important that more investment occur. And just to give people some perspective on that, our budget investment was 4 times greater than the last Conservative government's investment. So we stepped up and certainly invested significantly in affordable housing in our province. In 2017, we created the first ever in our province provincial affordable housing strategy, and that was a guide to housing in our province. And I think I just want to expand a little bit on what my honourable colleague who introduced this motion spoke about, is that there is kind of, a continuum of housing. And we talk about homelessness, and certainly people who are being supported to come out of homelessness need supportive housing. And this is housing with wraparound services. So it's not just the bricks and mortar of a home, but they often need other supports, maybe to do with addiction supports. They might need someone to help them navigate government systems, someone to help them with their mental health, just sort of life skills things, some emotional support to these people. And so having that wraparound services is so key, because unfortunately what will happen is that people may have a home, but they can't maintain it. And so that's why governments must invest to help people stabilize so that they can be there long term and then start making more positive choices for their lives. One of the things that we know too is that we generally define affordable housing is when a family or an individual is in core housing need when they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. So affordable housing is housing where people aren't spending that much, obviously, because that is what is seen as, realistic. The best way for people to be able to care for their families is if they're spending no more than 30%, and that is called, if a family is doing that, then they're in core housing need. And we know, this is the situation in Alberta, that on a per capita basis, Alberta has far fewer subsidized housing units than the rest of Canada. According to most recent census, subsidized housing represents just 2.9% of Alberta's housing units. For Canada as a whole, it's 4.2%. So that's quite a significant difference. And so that just, again, reiterates the importance of investment in affordable housing. Just to get us up to the Canadian average, we're behind in Alberta, and that's why investment is so important. We know that Calgary identifies this issue regularly as a concern, and they say they need 15,000 units in that city alone for affordable housing to just get to the Canadian average. So that's a significant investment that's needed in Calgary, and they certainly need to have that investment. In Edmonton, it's described as 1 in 5 households spend more than 30% of their income on housing. And of the Edmontonians who are renting, 41% spend more than that 30% of their income on housing. So that means that they're in core housing need. So when you're talking about just the major large centers of Edmonton and Calgary, we have tremendous need, and there is need in obviously rural Alberta and the smaller cities throughout our province. So investment in this area is key, and that's why this motion is so important. So the sad piece here, Madam Speaker, is of course that this UCP government in their last budget had no new investment in affordable housing. They continued with the investments of our government, so previously, so there was some funding, but no new investment. And you can see from the statistics that I just identified, there needs to be much more investment. And it's not only a human rights argument. There's a human rights argument, people need to live with dignity, but it's also an economic argument. It actually makes good economic sense when investment is made in affordable housing. We know that oftentimes people who are homeless are using our other systems, our health systems, sometimes the criminal justice system, and that costs much more than actually to be able to provide an affordable home with supports around them. It costs less, and of course people live in dignity and they're supported to make healthier choices for their lives and be able to support their families. I mean, it makes sense on so many levels, a human rights level and an economic level. In fact, Vibrant Communities Calgary has done a report about the costs of poverty. I've cited this report previously in this House, and they talk about $9 billion could be saved annually if there's an investment in social programs like affordable housing. $9 billion, and just think about how many more people would be able to be successful in our province, to be able to live in safe, healthy conditions, especially now with COVID-19, when we really need to have our homes to be able to safely self-isolate. So I just ask the honourable members on both sides of the aisle to think about how important investing in affordable housing is, because it does actually save governments significant money. So I guess, another thing that I want to bring up is just that one of the things that our government worked on when we were in power was we worked on the big city charters. And in the charters, of course, these were Edmonton and Calgary, we did have a plan to invest in affordable housing and working very specifically with these municipalities. And of course, the elected leadership in both Calgary and Edmonton intimately know the needs of their communities, and it's very important that they have a say in how dollars are allocated from the provincial level. But this city charter was unilaterally ended by the UCP government when they came into power. They didn't talk to the big cities about this. In fact, that was one of the things that they promised during the campaign, was that this would stay intact. But shortly after they were elected, it indeed was, as I said, unilaterally ended. And this is sort of a sad state of affairs when the governments aren't fulfilling on their promises. And, we see that currently in other issues also, like what they've done with the AMA and just the complete stopping of their agreement with them. So, I just, challenge the government to, I think a healthy province would be a province that is working with their communities, interest groups, and not just, stopping things that had, there's extensive work done on that, and that the cities were very grateful for, that input. And we were working collaboratively, collectively, to make sure that cities did have that support. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the specific big cities. So certainly Mayor Iveson, when he heard the budget.
The honourable member for Calgary-Coyne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am honoured to be able to rise today and speak on motion 508. Obviously, my experience is working with the homeless. My most recent experience before I got involved in politics was actually working at managing youth shelters in the city, including Avenue 15 and Safe House, and worked with a lot of young people who were forced into situations where they were trying to find a safe place to live, and often couch surfing, exchanging favors for a place to stay, often getting introduced to all sorts of not necessarily good things for them. And even one day we got a call about a young person who was living in the shed behind somebody's house, and a concerned neighbor called to let us know about that. And so we know that when people are left with no choice, they can resort to desperate things and put their safety at risk. So I think this is an absolutely critical motion and conversation that we're having here today, and a big part of the reason why I ran for office in the first place. I think many of you know the story about my dad, who became homeless at the age of 12. And he talks about a few of those stories where he had to stay in places that weren't necessarily safe for him or created problems for him. And one of his stories was actually Christmas Eve, and he was staying at a friend's house on their couch, and he ended up getting into a bit of a fist fight with his friend. And on Christmas Eve, his friend's dad kicked him out to the street, and there he was wandering the street Christmas Eve night in the cold. And it was actually that night he went to end his life, and thankfully, due to reasons I won't get into for time, but he chose not to. And later on, he found himself in a situation where he had to sleep on a park bench. And he was under the influence, and he passed out cold on a park bench. And it was actually in that scenario where an RCMP officer picked him up and threw him on a Greyhound bus, and that's how he ended up in Calgary. And then he goes on to tell about stories how he survived in Calgary. In fact, he was sleeping on a mattress. He had a spot behind a warehouse in the city, and he would sleep on that mattress until one day 4 guys found him panhandling in a plus 15 and asked him. He asked them for some money because he was hungry, he said. And they proceeded to take him out for lunch and bring him to a place called the Burning Bush in Calgary, which was a program for homeless folks to get out of the cold and connect. And from there, he went to leave. And they said, well, where are you going? And he's like, well, I got this mattress I got to get to so I don't lose my spot. And they said to him, well, no, you're not sleeping behind a mattress tonight. And they brought him home, and they put him in a room. They gave him his own room. He remembers there being a lock on the door so he could feel safe. And he said that whole first night he slept with the light on, not because he was scared of the dark, but just for the novelty of a light. No one should have to experience the fear and uncertainty that comes with not knowing where you will sleep at night. Nor should anyone have to face the brutal decision of trying to make the decision between putting food on your table and paying your rent, at least not for yourself nor for your family, especially not in a country as wealthy as Canada. And so that's why I rise in this House today in support of Motion 508. I regret that I feel like it's missing a few components, but I believe I support what this says. But I wanted to emphasize that it also, and I already know that the government's focused on this, so I don't think we need it in the motion. But as Parliamentary Secretary of Civil Society, I have to mention the importance that the government work alongside civil society, and that includes the many number of charities and as well as private organizations that already do fantastic work in the community at building affordable housing and creating solutions in our community. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all, and I believe that there's some amazing work that has happened through our charity and our private partnerships, and that continue to need to be built upon, working alongside our municipalities, our charities, and private sector to make sure that we're addressing the affordable housing issues within our communities. The other thing that I think was missing, it's not missing, I believe it's missing, and just the specific focus on the chronic homeless part. I think that we need to work towards ending homelessness in the lives of all people, and that's of course helping those who have been on the street a long time and are dealing with multiple barriers to rehousing, but also helping to make sure that we have supports for people who find themselves in the immediate crisis of homelessness and being able to help people to be able to move and find affordable housing within this city. When I worked at Avenue 15, for example, we would have youth show up in our program and who had never experienced homelessness before, wasn't introduced, there was no drugs or mental health addictions. They'd often fled an abusive home situation. And we found barriers in regards to trying to help that youth access housing programs that were available because they weren't deemed chronic enough. And so I think it's somewhat narrowly focused on chronic, and I think we need to make sure that we're working towards providing solutions for all people that are experiencing homelessness, and we need to make sure our approach considers all of that. My dad, over 35 years ago, founded the Mustard Seed, and some of my earliest memories of the work that he and the staff and the volunteers at the Seed that they put into helping people who had no place to go. I can remember my dad bringing people home to our house. We used to joke that the first emergency shelter was our living room couch, and we had folks over for dinner who ate alongside our family. We often called them uncle or auntie, and they slept in our house as Dad worked with them to help them move beyond homelessness. And I remember the open-handedness and the spirit of compassion that my dad had. It inspired me. And as many know, I also had the opportunity to serve at the Seed myself for a long time. In those years, I saw and talked to so many clients, our guests as we called them, hearing their stories and their life experiences. I felt driven, like so many in this chamber, to advocate on their behalf. In fact, I was actually an advocate for a short while and a support worker in our transitional, our step-up housing program. And my job was to help our guests, among other things, to help them find housing. We often struggled, of course, to help people find suitable and affordable housing. Many landlords refused to consider our guests. Many times people moved out into roommate situations that were less than great, or they ended up in the hands of slumlords within our city. I can name a number of examples of this. I could probably use more than my 10 minutes to talk about the numerous examples, but I decided to share a few stories, and I've changed names and a few details to protect people's privacy here. But I remember one night when I was working overnight in step-up housing, and a lady named Susan showed up at the door, and she was crying. And she had recently been assaulted, and I went with her and the police to the hospital, and I spent the evening with her in the hospital. And afterwards, I went back to her living situation with the police to get her items, as she wasn't going to go back to the place that she had been assaulted. And I'm not lying. The room that she was staying in was no bigger than 5 feet by 7 feet, where she shared a basement with 24 other people and shared one bathroom amongst those people. I remember another lady named Anne, who she had come to our program. She was addicted to cocaine and among other things, and she had worked so diligently in beating her addiction and going back to school and getting her GED and then moving out of our program into her own housing. And unfortunately, all that she could afford was a situation where she had to move in with her boyfriend, who proceeded to be psychologically abusive to her over and over and over again. But as I talked to her in that scenario, she couldn't find any other place that she could afford to live and proceeded to stay in this psychologically abusive environment. Or another gentleman named Steve, who moved in with 2 people from our shelter. And again, worked so hard to overcome addiction and find work. And as he moved into those 2 people, and this often happened to our guys, his roommates fell back into addiction, and that hindered his own recovery and ended back in our program 6 months later. Even recently, as I've talked to leadership at both the Mustard Seed and the Drop-In Center, their housing teams told me that they could literally move hundreds of people out of the shelter if there were more landlords willing to rent to their clients. There are people with low barriers to housing, but the stigma of being homeless prevents them from entry. When I managed at the Mustard Seed Shelter, we used to do a poll on a monthly basis, and we actually found that 70% of the folks in our program worked full-time jobs. And we also found that most did not earn enough to pay rent and pay food and other essentials that they would need to live on their own. And that was the primary driver for them staying in the shelter. These folks were truly the working poor. During the downturn, though, in 2008, we actually saw that the number of people needing shelter drop significantly by about 33%. And that was in large part because a lot of the folks that were staying in our program could now suddenly afford rent in the city. Of course, that effect was short-lived as we pulled out of the recession and housing availability declined as rent prices rose. At about the same time, I had the opportunity to fly down to Portland with leadership from the Calgary Police, the City of Calgary, the Homeless Foundation, as well as within the Mustard Seed. And we got to see firsthand a housing and homeless model there in Portland that had helped reduce that city's homelessness by a whopping 73%, which is pretty exciting.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is truly an honour to rise and speak to my colleague from Edmonton City Centre's motion. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to partner with municipalities across Alberta to invest in the supportive housing required to end chronic homelessness in all communities. And I've appreciated already the comments made by speakers. You know, I've talked about housing and homelessness a lot in this House. It's, you know, like a previous speaker noted, it was one of the issues that actually motivated me to get involved in politics when I first ran federally back in 2015. And it's an issue that remains really important to me. And I see it, you know, I've talked about this in the chamber a lot. I see it a lot in my communities. I see a lot of the visible signs of homelessness. And I've talked about in this House as well the fact that our current public health emergency has really highlighted the need for bold leadership to tackle homelessness here in our province. These folks experiencing homelessness are our neighbors, are our friends, our family members, and they deserve supports. And I want to, in addition to recognizing those who are right now experiencing homelessness, I want to give a shout out to the incredible frontline workers who I know are right now working nonstop to do everything they can to house folks, those folks working in housing. And of course, as has been mentioned in this House already today, the interconnections between folks experiencing homelessness and struggling with addictions and mental health. And so a lot of folks are working in those overlapping areas. I said I've had the chance to, while I didn't work in the sector, I've really taken on the responsibility of trying to meet as many people as I can who are experiencing homelessness, trying to hear their stories, ask them what they need, how we can help. Probably the most obvious example of folks experiencing homelessness in my riding are some of the tent cities that have sprung up. You'll see them in the Macaulay neighborhood. You'll see them in Boyle Street. Sometimes you won't see them because they're a little bit hidden. You'll see them in the ravines in my riding as well. And truly, especially when COVID was just starting, I went through one of the biggest tent cities and I just kind of talked to people, asked them how they were doing, what they needed, and let them know about some of the supports that were being offered at the time. And, I think I even shared this story in the House, just the fact that one of the things that struck me on my first visit, this year to the tent cities was that, I'd ask people how they were doing, and right away they'd refer right back to me and ask me how I was doing and ask if I needed anything, right? And so I just think it's a pretty, I get a little emotional because it's, just really powerful. And I would urge anybody who's not had the opportunity to just kind of, wander through some of the neighborhoods I represent. Any side of this House, I'd love to welcome you, and we could talk with some folks experiencing homelessness. And while of course I can speak about things like tent cities and some of the challenges we face, I do need to acknowledge, there have been some important moves made lately by the city. The leasing of the jockey dorms at Northlands in my riding as well is one example. That's an example of bridge housing that's going to support a lot of folks very quickly. Another example is in partnership with the federal government, Homeward Trust and Boyle Street Community Services actually leased the Coliseum Inn, which again is actually quite close to my house, and they were able to, safely house folks, in the midst of a pandemic, because, we were certainly a little bit concerned, and so we're a number of folks on the front lines about the safety of, having folks on mats that are perhaps, not effectively physically distanced and whatnot. So that move was one that we certainly need to acknowledge as well. But there's so much more to be done, which is why I think this motion is so important. I'm not here to be critical of just one government or one level of government or one current government. Absolutely not. Allowing homelessness in our society is a choice that's been made by consecutive governments at multiple levels, and it's a failure of decades of inadequate housing policy, in fact. And we've seen since the cuts of the 90s exponential increases in homelessness, both at a provincial and a national level. But why I'm hopeful is, because we've got this motion before us, and because we've done it before. Past governments we've seen have built, have maintained, have publicly managed affordable housing units. They've done things like developing member-owned housing co-ops, and they've done things like investing in permanent supportive housing. And that's a topic that I want to focus on, just like my honourable colleague from Edmonton City Centre did. Permanent supportive housing is so important for individuals experiencing chronic homelessness. We know in Edmonton there is a significant need for permanent supportive housing sites because for a lot of folks, as I've highlighted, the alternative to permanent supportive housing is being on the streets, is being in the ravine or being in the river valley or trying to access shelter spaces, which are often, as many folks in this House know, are often difficult to get into, and there are also barriers that folks encounter when trying to access shelter spaces. And there's a number of permanent supportive housing developments that I'd love to highlight them all, but I'll talk about three briefly that are actually all within the riding of Edmonton Highlands Norwood. The first one I want to mention is Hope Terrace, and in fact, that one's got a special place in my heart because it's just a few blocks from my house in Parkdale, and that housing facility is for individuals who have been diagnosed with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and it's a facility that's owned and operated by Homeward Trust in coordination with the Bissell Centre, and a number of supports are provided for residents of Hope Terrace. And the cool thing about this building, one of the many cool things about this building, I should say, is that most folks, if I asked my neighbors if they knew what that building was, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know that it's permanent supportive housing. They wouldn't know that it's explicitly tailored for folks who have been diagnosed with FASD. And I think that's the way it should be, right? It should be, these are our neighbors. We welcome them, and we support them, and we love them. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so proud to represent Edmonton Highlands Norwood, where we do have the share, the largest share of folks struggling with homelessness, as well as permanent supportive housing facilities. So that's one example. Another example is Christopher's Place, that's been set up with the George Spady Centre. And the final example I want to highlight, just like my colleague from Edmonton City Centre did, is Ambrose Place. And this is a permanent supportive housing facility that I'm so proud of. I've had the opportunity to tour it. I've had the opportunity to talk to residents of Ambrose Place, and I know a number of the folks who work there, and they are incredible. I'm doubtful they're watching because I know they're busy, but if they are, shout out to the workers of Ambrose Place, because as my colleague noted, Ambrose Place has been a super successful model. It's a model that incorporates culturally sensitive environments. They make use of elders. They offer a whole number of supports for folks who are, struggling with drug use, with alcoholism. They take a harm reduction approach. And it's an approach that has been successful. And you just need to go and you need to talk to folks who've experienced success because of that model, just to know how fantastic this space is. And I have to also note, I know that the Minister of Indigenous Relations toured Ambrose Place and praised Ambrose Place, which is why it's so disheartening to see his own colleagues being so critical of a harm reduction model. And they've said it on the record here multiple times. So I hope that minister, the Minister of Indigenous Relations, I hope he's had an opportunity to talk to his colleagues about Ambrose Place, because I know I can show you the tweet where the minister praised the model and praised the workers and praised the residents of Ambrose Place. Because it works. Because, like I said, I'm so proud to have Ambrose Place in my riding of Edmonton Highlands Norwood. So, this doesn't need to be. Of course, I'm not being critical of the minister, because I was happy he went there, and I believe I told him that after he visited. This was last year. I'm happy he went there, but I hope that this government, more folks in this government, are willing to tour some of these facilities and to learn about how permanent supportive housing is working. Not just in my riding, but beyond, across this province. It doesn't need to be a partisan issue. This is about saving lives. This is about supporting our neighbors. We know that Edmonton's lack of permanent supportive housing affects all of us, because the costs of homelessness are huge. When folks experience homelessness, they often rely on hospitals, on emergency services, and when they're released, right?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Glenmore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak to the member opposite's motion, because it's an issue that must be addressed. Today, too many Albertans are experiencing homelessness. Our government and my colleagues understand the pain that those without a home endure every day. I think of the many wonderful people I've met while volunteering at the DI in Calgary, and also from downtown Calgary where I worked. Many who are affected by mental illness and substance use disorders. A great many who have been traumatized in their lifetimes. Sadly, some of those are our veterans who have served our country. many who have no family here, and some who are just down on their luck. What may surprise most people is the number of people who are working but came here from behind the 8 ball and just can't get caught up enough to get into an apartment. All of these people are special and unique human beings with gifts and talents. And you know, my experience has been that they're also incredibly generous of spirit. Mr. Speaker, these people deserve a home. We must also be cognizant of the number of our Indigenous brothers and sisters who experience homelessness and their unique plight. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to share with the Chamber the number of measures that this government has taken. First, Capital Plan 2020 allocates $417 million over 3 years to provide 2,000 new and regenerated affordable housing units. This will create more than 3,000 jobs along the way and maintain the 26,700 unit provincially owned portfolio. An independent panel of 10 members has been appointed by our government as well to review Alberta's affordable housing system and identify how we can transform the system to be more efficient and effective. The panel will consider the supports required for Albertans in critical housing need, explore market trends and projections, and compare approaches to housing in other provinces. And you know, we need to take a look at those market trends and projections. That's part of the reason our numbers increased at one point in time. We need to have an understanding of what we're looking at in the future. The panel will also seek perspectives of housing providers, private companies, and civil society organizations to identify innovative solutions for Albertans in housing need. I also want to point out that our government will be providing $49 million to homeless shelters in 2021. This much-needed support will keep 3,842 spaces open in 8 communities across Alberta. And that's on top of our government's response to the pandemic. One effort that Member Cross spoke of here in Edmonton, where we provided $25 million for adult homeless shelters to open extended shelter spaces, isolation and care facilities for individuals with a COVID-positive diagnosis and or who had COVID-19 symptoms or were simply waiting for their test results to return. And I have to say, I toured the facility here in Edmonton, and it was absolutely incredible. The amount of planning, the amount of care that was taken to ensure that folks were safe and well taken care of. And their medical needs, in addition to COVID issues, were also looked after in that particular space, and it was an amazing feat. We've opened a total of 14 new shelters during COVID to support, temporary shelters to support these folks: Edmonton, Calgary, Red Deer, Lethbridge, Grand Prairie, Lac La Biche, and Drayton Valley. None of this would have been possible, however, without the strong partnerships that government made with local communities and organizations who are committed to helping Alberta's homeless. And Mr. Speaker, we need to keep in mind too the enormous commitment that this government has made to recovery communities. You know, the member across was speaking about harm reduction, which is part of a continuum of care. These 5 recovery communities will do so much to help individuals seek and maintain recovery. We've made a $25 million investment to build 5 community recovery communities, and that will go a long way to reducing a significant cause for homelessness in our society. So from emergency shelters to short and long-term supportive housing, this government is committed to addressing homelessness head-on. Our most vulnerable need support, and our government, in partnership with municipalities, civil society, and faith-based partners, are here to provide that support. Community Social Services provides funding to organizations to operate permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, and developing plans for homeless Albertans to eventually find a place they can call their own, a home, their home. Homelessness in this province has declined over the last decade because local municipalities have also stepped up to do their part in addressing the issue, working with their provincial counterpart to develop cooperative jurisdictional strategies that address homelessness in a substantive manner. Such efforts equated to a 32% decline in homelessness per capita in Calgary since 2008, and that's just one example. And, Madam Speaker, I'm particularly proud of the recent announcement that our government has made. Our government has redesigned the Indigenous Housing Capital Program to increase the supply of affordable, off-reserve, off-settlement, and on-settlement housing for Indigenous communities. And I think this is more than enough as evidence to indicate a strong response to the issue of homelessness in Alberta, and our government is working hard to do more. Madam Speaker, an individual's worth is not determined by what they have, but rather who they are inside. That's why our government will stand and fight for Alberta's homeless. In closing, I refer to the words of the late Mother Teresa. We think sometimes that poverty is only being hungry, naked, and homeless. The poverty of being unwanted, unloved, and uncared for is the greatest poverty. We must start in our homes to remedy this kind of poverty. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to support the motion before us today, and I'll just briefly say that I'd like to make two brief points. One is that there are more units for supportive housing throughout Alberta are required in this province. And the second is that the provincially owned units of social housing that exist in our province already need greater support from the Government of Alberta around maintenance and repair. We have to take better care of what we already have in our communities, Madam Speaker, and unfortunately there is far too much left undone in terms of repairing what we have. I will say that the supportive housing needs throughout the province should follow where the chronically homeless are, and we know that about 85% of the chronically homeless in this province are in major urban centres, notably Calgary and Edmonton. It's not to say that Medicine Hat Regional Municipality, Wood Buffalo, Red Deer, Lethbridge, and Grand Prairie don't have homeless people as well as like Lac La Biche, but that the majority, 85% of those who are chronically homeless, are in our two major cities. And as such, we should follow, the investments should follow where those folks are. You know, the Homeless Hub website is a really good one that gives clear, accurate information that's based on once every 2 years homeless counts, point-in-time homeless counts in the big major seven major cities in this province. And I've been on those counts many times over the years, and I can say that we know in Calgary at this point in time, the last homeless count was done in 2018, and at that point in time in April, there were about 3,000 individuals who would see themselves as being underhoused, not housed, living in shelters, and a variety of other places like living rough, or in shelters, or transitional housing supports, or in correctional facilities, or health facilities, or in provisional accommodations. So in Calgary's case, we know that about 3,000 people, 70% of those would be chronically housed or living in one of those situations that I mentioned for more than half the year. And when that sort of thing happens, you can imagine the challenges, the stresses on people, and we've heard some of those impacts talked about by previous speakers here. So really, if we want to address homelessness, we need to help people along that stepping stone to get out of homelessness, and supportive housing, community housing is one of the first things, and then on to deep subsidy public housing, near market public housing, and then finally market housing. That's the goal, and many people have made their journey along that that basis. We need to see more support at the beginning end so that people can wind up in at the market housing conditions or paying market prices. The second point I just want to underline again is the challenges that are already existing housing stock in this province as public experiences. It's as a result of previous governments, including ours, and this one currently, where there is not enough investment to make sure that the housing is of good quality, high quality, and people can live for the long term. If it's not, then we see cities or operators of provincially owned housing talking about closing units because they don't feel like the units meet the needs of those people. They're not safe anymore that are using them. And that's really going backwards, Madam Speaker, and challenging the systems in place that we have even further. So I took a tour of the new affordable housing along 16th Avenue in the community of Rosedale last Friday, and met with the vice chair of Calgary Housing Company as well as the program manager and the architect. And it is modular homes that have been dropped onto smaller sites along 16th Avenue that were surplus to the road needs. And so the street front of these units is looked like it was about 20 feet. But the housing is in no way substandard. It was made up in the St. Albert area and shipped down here to down to Calgary, and craned over the sound wall. Now that's near market, affordable, and market housing, and accessible as well. Some of the units were, and that's not exactly what we're talking about here in terms of what the needs of the chronically homeless are.
Hate to interrupt, but we will now allow for up to 5 minutes for the mover of the motion to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the contributions of all members who've risen, and it sounds like all spoken in support of the motion here today. And that's wonderful to hear, because this is an incredibly important issue. I did want to respond to a few comments that were made during debate. The member for Calgary-Klein did point out the importance of working with civil society partners, and absolutely I agree. There are important partners in this work, but I think what we need to make sure of is that we are doing so with the leadership and direction of our municipal governments. I know we have seen here in the city of Edmonton the legacy of years of neglect as we saw defunding starting at the federal level, moving down to the provincial level, then eventually leading to lack of funding at the municipal level for affordable housing. That saw a lack of supply. We saw a drastic increase in homelessness here in Edmonton under the legacy of Premier Klein with the closure of many mental health facilities and other supports. That, of course, left our civil society partners who indeed did step up and did incredible work during a time when government had walked away from the table. And I applaud them and thank them deeply for that. But in the years since, what we've had is, through competitive government funding, we ended up with organizations competing with each other and not being able to collaborate. And we've seen a vast improvement in that landscape and that ecosystem. And indeed, I'd say our civil society organizations are doing a great job now of collaborating and working together. But ultimately, it is our municipal governments who bear the cost of these challenges and deal with the social issues and other things that come with it. They need to be key leaders in this process. And that partnership and support from the provincial government, listening to what their needs are and what their requests are, so that they can indeed work in conjunction with civil society and private partners to realize the best vision for our communities and our cities. I appreciate the members' comments as well about the need to end all kinds of homelessness. And indeed, I focus specifically today on chronic homelessness because that has been a core issue here in my constituency. And indeed, that has been the core priority of the Edmonton City Council that they have brought forward. So it's incredibly important indeed that we provide supports across the spectrum, the full continuum. And I think we have seen a great deal of success in that. But I believe there is much we need to do to address the root cause of chronic homelessness to help alongside the other work that is being done and indeed does need to continue to see investment and support to address. And indeed, I appreciate all of the organizations. I do not mean in any way to devalue the work that is being done in our emergency shelter system and through others who provide those supports. Those are essential and those are needed as well. But I know here in the city of Edmonton, we have a situation where we regularly had spaces in emergency shelters sitting empty. Well, individuals chose to instead live in the River Valley. And it is important that we have conversations about why those issues are and how we can better improve our programming and the way that we approach these systems to ensure that it is accessible and supportive for all individuals and meeting the needs of all individuals. And that, again, I think it's important then that we have coordination with our municipal governments and others to ensure that those services are indeed presented in a fully universal and accessible way. I appreciate I would also note with that, we also have a real need for day shelters. So again, in the city of Edmonton, there has been much discussion. I had the chance to have this conversation directly with the Minister of Community and Social Services and pass on these views from the city of Edmonton and from others as we're working to address these issues in the community. The need for day shelter space, and indeed when we have emergency shelters, that it's not simply something where people are let out first thing in the morning and not let back in at night, until night. We have a continuum of work that we need to do, and indeed all of our civil society partners will be part of that. I appreciate everything that the members laid out about the work that this government has chosen to do, and indeed this has been a long-standing issue. As I said, this goes back to the early 90s and federal government cuts under both Liberal and Conservative governments, leading all the way up to where we are today. We've made a lot of progress. We've got a lot more work to do. And at some point, it is probably going to take not just a little bit here and there. It is going to take an extraordinary investment to truly get us over that last hump and root out this issue for once and all. And I appreciate that the federal government has made many steps in that direction and look forward to the provincial government using that funding to address the issue.
Honourable members, on the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre, all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for Second Reading, Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020. Debate adjourned. Mr. Nielsen speaking.
Any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to arise in the House and to be able to add some comments to the Bill 32, Bill Restoring Balance in Alberta Workforce Act. I don't know where to start and how to start on this. So I would like to actually be clear, Madam Speaker, in the beginning of my comments that I will not be able to support this Bill 32, that government is claiming that they're bringing balance back to Alberta labor law. So looking at some of the changes being proposed under this bill, that seems like bill is very biased, one-sided, and it is a government blatant attack on the working people of every day. So the workers of Alberta, Canada, around the world, the changes being imposed in this bill on them, some of those rights, they took centuries and centuries for them, generation after generations, for them to fight and to be able to exercise some of those rights. Those rights, I would say, they are bare minimum rights. They bring the labor laws in line of, I would say, UN's articles of bare minimum requirement for the human rights. And under this bill, as I have seen the past bills, the government is moving on the same pattern that they started with their very initial step last year after coming to the office by passing Bill that has given the multinational corporations large profit, profit in the sense I would say the government was going to give the multinational corporations one step at a time, 1% of tax rebate or on their profits. So the impact of that bill we could measure as with one company only as an example, the company like Husky Energy. The company just very first year with 1% of rebate on their profits, wrapped up about $254 million and fired about more than 700 people and announced their future projects, not in Alberta, but somewhere out of the country, like in United States and in other jurisdictions. If I'm not forgetting, that was New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, New Brunswick probably. So we have seen as government is claiming that they're bringing back balance to Alberta labor laws that will help create more jobs. We have very obvious example in front of us, taking away from everyday Albertans, most basically a lot of effects to there is a huge industry of non-unionized workers. Taking these rights from those workers that will contribute to your perception that will generate the employment in the province. So on the contrary, one thing is very clear, as we have seen after that, the tax credits to the big corporations, that the power will shift to one side, the money will shift to one side, but that will not provide the guarantee to everyday Albertans that they will benefit from them. And surely it will guarantee that there will be more jobs due to this bills if these proposals, the proposed proposals in this bill are passed. So some of the changes are very clear. If this bill is passed, the changes being proposed, they will have a huge impact on the workers of Alberta. And I just wanted to focus on speaking to the changes. When I'm speaking, I have many examples coming into my mind as an ordinary Albertan and also as a small business owner where I had a network of people working as a team. So I'm just struggling between should I bring the examples first or should I just focus on speaking to the changes of this bill. But when we see the way it has framed the balance back to Alberta labor laws, and you go through the bill and look at the changes, and definitely there is more that we are taking away from the workers. Basically, it is addressing the issues, the rights, the bare minimum rights those workers have. So all those changes, I was going through the majority of those changes. There might be some very nominal, changes. I would probably agree with them. But majority of the changes will have adverse effect. When you look at that, how those changes will affect the workers, definitely it will be very, very negative impact on not only workers, but the families of those workers. And definitely when they will lose the capacity and the strength to participate in the economy, and that was not anyway going to help further the government's action or movements to to work on the recovery of the economy. So I just wanted to put some focus on the changes in this bill. This bill now allows the employer to cancel averaging agreements and impose averaging arrangements on employees. If this bill is passed, that's one of the proposals that will have impact on the workers. And this bill also puts simply more power in the hands of all the employers or the bosses and create imbalance and takes the power away from the workers. So if this bill is passes, then there's no longer be an agreement and the employer can impose an arrangement. And it will also affect and limit how workers are paid the overtime for working 12 hours per day or 44 hours a week. And I have a serious argument to bring it in. And I have a concern, like mostly whenever I'm just standing up and speaking to most of the bills. And that was something, me and my colleague from the opposite benches when we attended the Westminster's parliamentary process and procedures. That was one of the mechanisms I think we were taught. So how to discuss the changes and bring the consultation and involve the stakeholders and witnesses, professionals, and the ordinary people into this before bringing this bill into debate. So this is something like every time I stand up in this house, and it's missing the piece of work most of the time, not always, I will say. There was some piece of work being proposed, and we have supported that in the legislature in this house. But this seems very one-sided bill, taking the power away from the workers, giving the powers to more powers to the employers. They already have power, and creating a great imbalance. So what kind of consultations we have done on this? What kind of, proposals the government and the minister and the people who were drafting, and they took those consultations and proposals into consideration. That will be very, I would say, effective to let this House know, and so who were involved in proposing of this work, and also when you started drafting this work, what was the impact of which organizations, associations, NGOs. And the other thing this says, when this bill is passed, it will extend the time from final payment of wages earned upon termination of employment from 24 to 31 days. So that was something where, I had very clear examples in my mind when I was operating my office. Mostly, I had employees from 6 to 10 employees in my office. That varies depending on the, it's a summer, it's a winter, or it's a booming economy, it's a slow time. And that is something we worked there as a family, as a small office. And I remember that how many times I would have to pay in advance, knowing the situation of that particular worker or person, and and even have to work with those people with small things. how they are really working hard in their lives to keep things going. So this little fact, I don't know where it's coming from, what consultation and what proposal government did, took into consideration when just was drafting this proposal. And ordinary working people working on bare minimum wage of $15. And in my case, the people I have in my mind, they were not on bare minimum wage. They were people, even I'm talking about, they were back in 2015, 14, 13. It's way far from the minimum wage of $15 was introduced. The employees, they were paid like $20, $21, $22. Single parents, specifically single mothers. I know how they were struggling and to survive and to make payment for their rents, putting foods on table, taking care of their children, and how important this check was for them every 2 weeks. So that is something when we are proposing, I'm thinking this is a great mistake unless the minister can just elaborate some of the knowledge behind it and where it's coming from, or how this is going to help everyday Albertans by moving this change. And one of the other changes is that is to overtime. So overtime, I have looked at it somewhere. So now usually the employer pays overtime after 12 hours work per day or the 44 hours work per week. The way it was calculated by employer averaging the work of 2 weeks, so it will not be the case after this bill is passed. So if that is the reality, then definitely, it is very serious concern to oppose this bill, and that is worried me as
Well, member standing order 29, 2A is available. I see the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to rise and comment on, I was listening to the member from Edmonton Meadows raise some concerns about Bill 32, particularly about overtime averaging arrangements in regards to termination pay. And there again seems to be some misunderstanding in terms of the bill, and I wanted to set the record straight. So first, in regarding to the overtime averaging arrangements, Madam Speaker, the provisions that in the current code that we are removing, and the members opposite seem to believe that we're removing the restrictions of a 44-hour per week as the requirements for an averaging period, and then the maximum 12-hour days that overtime wouldn't apply in that maximum. That clause that we're removing talks about scheduling, but it doesn't talk about those two requirements. And Madam Speaker, those two requirements remain. There still is a maximum of a 12-hour day, and overtime will apply over the 12-hour day. And they're also, the 44-hour per week on average still continues to apply. And Madam Speaker, under the previous government, when they made significant changes in Bill 17, they put that in the regs, and it still is in the regs. I'd also like to point out to the members opposite that that provision, the general provision for 44 hours a week to be paid overtime, remains in the overtime in the code. So there seems to be some misunderstanding, but Madam Speaker, through you to them, the fact remains the 12-hour per day maximum remains in the code, and the averaging 44 hours per week for overtime averaging arrangements, that still is the case. Not only is in the code, but it's also in the regs, and that's where it was before under the previous government when they put how it gets calculated, overtime gets calculated, is in the regs, and that remains there. So the concept, the story that members opposite are telling that this is the elimination of overtime, Madam Speaker, that simply is not correct. Overtime arrangements will continue to apply, 44 hours a week, and the 12 hours continue to apply. The other thing I'd like to talk about is in terms of the termination pay. Now, Madam Speaker, members opposite have suggested, and I've risen in the House earlier to talk to this, and I'll try to be a little more fulsome in this explanation here. But the reality is Under current pay systems, and the honourable member may know this, having run a business, that the requirements under the code is that you must pay within 10 days following the end of the pay period. Most pay periods in Alberta are on a 2-week cycle, so you actually have to pay within 10 days following the end of that 2 weeks. Now, what was really strange about our code, Madam Speaker, is that upon termination, you had to pay with 3 days at the end of the termination day, which had nothing to do, it's actually earlier than 10 days following the end of the pay period. And most people who are working, they expect their pay every 2 weeks, but remember that's 10 days, up to 10 days following that pay period. So what we're suggesting with this change is a change to not impact the amount that employees may receive from termination pay, but to be able to put that pay on the regular pay cycle or the one following, depending on when the termination comes in. And we're doing that because that provides an opportunity to save job creators money, and they are desperate, Madam Speaker. And all the changes that we're doing right now in response to COVID-19 and our economic recovery plan is provide greater liquidity for employers so they continue to employ Albertans. And really that's what our focus is, balancing the labor laws, reducing red tape, getting Albertans back to work. So this change that we're making, because under the current code, it's 3 days after termination, it has nothing to do with your regular pay schedule, is to put it on the regular pay schedule. But Madam Speaker, we were concerned when we said this, that what happens if you're on a monthly pay and you're doing the pay after the monthly pay? That could be 2 months, Madam Speaker, that is simply too long. So in being able to protect workers, we said it's on the 10 days following the regular pay to a maximum of 31 days, depending on when you fell in the pay. So does this mean, as being suggested by the members opposite, that you will get no pay and your regular pay cycle is gone because we're changing this? Madam Speaker, that is simply not the case. Our intent here is to put it on the regular pay cycle so that if someone is terminated, they will get their regular pay at that point in time, 10 days after, just like it is today, after the pay period ends, and then the maximum to get their termination pay, which is the next pay period, which is designed to cover, the purpose of termination pay is to cover that period when you will be looking for work if you don't actually get the notice, and that would be on the next pay, or 31 days. So, Madam Speaker, I urge the members opposite to reflect upon the information that I'm providing, because what they're saying to Albertans simply is not correct in this regard. Thank you.
Members under Standing Order 29-2A, it's like 10 seconds. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Ellerslie.
Well, I understand that liquidity is important for business owners, but to the people who have been terminated.
So sorry, Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and enter into the debate on Bill 32 at second reading. And I'm cognizant of the time because my 15 minutes to enter into this debate at second reading is going to go blazingly fast, Madam Speaker. And so I am going to use this, my very first opportunity to speak to Bill 32, to review at a high level a lot of the changes and concerns that I have, and with the intention to be able to dig into each of these more throughout the debate. Let us begin. Bill 32 changes a number of pieces of legislation, but in my mind has two major pieces, changes to employment standards and changes to the Labor Relations Code. I'm going to start on the changes to employment standards, which is the topic that the debate has taken us in at the moment. And I'd like to begin by talking about those two very key issues around final pay or termination pay, as well as averaging arrangements. Because the minister has just stood and exclaimed that the member's opposite must not understand. I can assure him that we do understand what this legislation is doing, and we foresee very, very difficult circumstances for Albertans who are now going to have to live under this regime. The minister has said that the final pay changes are to tie in with the regular pay periods, is to make sure that we are reducing costs for employers, and in fact in their own press release suggested that this will save $100 million with an average savings of $91 per fired employee. So to get to $100 million, that is a very bleak vision of Alberta, I would say, Madam Speaker. But leaving that aside, the minister is incorrect when he says that this ties it to the pay cycle. His legislation does not. There is nothing here that says the employer must pay this person on their next pay cycle. That that tie, that connection, isn't actually in the legislation. That's the justification, that's the reasoning the minister is using. What it actually does is allow the employer to take up to 31 days. Now, his expectation may be that employers will use it on the next pay cycle. His hope may be that this is going to smooth things out. But what actually happens, in fact, is that it gives employers up to 31 days. And the minister has already mentioned the scenario where someone may be paid monthly and the potential impacts that it could happen. So let me state, in language that I believe the minister would have to agree with, the change here lets employers pay their terminated employees later than before he changes the legislation. Right now, someone can expect and know that they will get their pay within that 3 days. If they are giving that notice within 10 days, in the case of a layoff, during a time when they often, when someone's losing a job, changing jobs, cash flow can be really important. Let's keep in mind, we're not just talking about a single paycheck. We are talking about vacation entitlements, other entitlements someone might be entitled to when they get that final paycheck. So we are talking about whatever hours they've worked plus question mark. We don't know. Depends how long someone might have been an employee there. Another statement that I believe the minister would have to agree is true. This will allow employees who are terminated to get paid later than they would expect under the current version, and could allow them to be paid later than a usual pay period. Because again, I will point out that the legislation does not require that the employer pay the person on the next available pay run, and that's not in the legislation. And so Albertans and the opposition caucus are rightfully concerned. Averaging arrangements. Currently, there is something called an averaging agreement. And the difference between the word agreement and arrangement is significant because it's really telling a different story. Right now, averaging agreements, employees can go to their boss, bosses can come to the employees, and a measure of negotiation is implied in the word agreement. The word arrangement helps us to understand that what's happening now is more power is being given to bosses to decide and to impose. We are waiting on the regulations to follow through with some of the things the minister has said, but I really want to emphasize that we are removing the employee voice, and there's a key phrase that the minister is using in his op-eds and in his answers here in this place, and that is 44 hours per week on average. And that on average is incredibly important because it is now averaged across 52 weeks, where before it was 12. So getting to not having to do more overtime and not crossing that 44-hour threshold on average just got a lot easier for employers because the on average is now across a much longer period of time. And that average can be decreased by an employer saying, we're going to put you on an averaging agreement for the whole year, and you're just not going to work in August. But now we're going to go over 44 hours per week on a lot of other weeks. You're not going to get paid overtime for that. The on average is really important. I want to be very clear that the members of the opposition can see what this potential impact could be on workers, having their voices removed, having these agreements imposed upon them. And I support my colleagues in rejecting that Bill 32 balances anything, because what it does is essentially put more power into the hands of the bosses and take away power and voice to workers and impact their pocketbooks potentially. No layoff notices. That will absolutely have an impact on workers. Termination pay, another 30 days before someone gets the termination pay that they are owed to them. Now, in today's context, there's a lot of people where that extension of termination pay is a benefit because of COVID-19. And so when I speak to 60 days to 90 days, we are talking about outside of the COVID rules, which we currently have, which allows an employee to stay attached to an employer, and for a very specific reason. Generally speaking, when someone is laid off, the number of days until they do get those termination pay has been 60 days, is now extended to 90 days, will take longer. The employment standards section also includes variances and exceptions. Exemptions to employment standards are going to be made easier, not just for employees, but entire groups of employees. Employer groups and associations will be able to apply to the director for mass exemptions to the Employment Standards Code. Currently, individual employers with a unique circumstance can apply to the director, but those groups need to come to the minister, and I believe there's a really important reason for that, because if you are making large swathing exemptions to employment standards, that needs to be something that no government enters into lightly, that there needs to be proper consultation. I would note that the changes here also remove the exemption, the reason for any variances or exemptions to be able to comply to section 74(3)(b), which is essentially that the director is satisfied that issuing the variance or exemption meets the criteria established by the regulations. I infer by this that there will be no regulations governing what exemptions a director can give and grant to entire groups of employer groups and associations. I'm concerned about this section, Madam Speaker, and concerned about the potential implications. Group termination changes in employment standards. You no longer need to notify the employees, or if they are unionized, their union, when mass layoffs are about to happen. The notices that the government and unions and workers get play a myriad of different roles. One of the things the government could be doing with that is making sure that there is support set up for the employees who are being terminated, making sure that there are benefits or job, resume, skills, all of these things. With the government potentially not doing that, perhaps that's work that trade unions can and have done. When they find out that a large chunk of their members are going to be terminated because a group termination notice has been used. So to whose benefit is it to no longer have to tell people when those large terminations, because that's information not only can government use, but labor organizations as well as the workers. Payroll deductions. Now, surprise, your paycheck can be lower. Surprise. Payroll deductions, in this case, the change is instead of talking to a worker in advance, making sure that that person understands why the payroll deduction is happening. It will be for reasons of overpayment, or perhaps someone was already given a vacation days and they hadn't earned that many and now they're leaving the job, those types of things. Now, the onus will be on the employee after they receive notification that this money is come off, or maybe when they see $500 short on their paycheck, to then try and track that down. And what if there is a dispute? Now the onus is on the employee to try and make this right while being out the money that they believe they are owed. Changes to rest periods, making it less clear that if somebody works for every 5 hours, they should have 30 minutes of rest. Taking away people's breaks, Madam Speaker. The pay for stat holidays can be decreased now. Changing the definition of average daily wage because people were getting too much on those stat holidays. Instead, I know that the government that hates red tape is going to give employers two different calculations. And the reason we give people two different calculations is so that the employer can pick whichever one's cheapest for them, further reducing the pay that Albertans get on their stat holidays. This harkens back to previous changes to stat holidays, but again, my time is almost gone already, Madam Speaker, and I've only started talking to the first half. The change to which jobs youth can do without needing a permit. And let me just say, by lightly adding a whole new swath of jobs into the no permit category for 13 and 14-year-olds. The minister said in his op-ed, in quote, "In practice, nothing will change." Well, what will change, instead of employment standards, knowing where these workers are working and making sure that the employer is aware of the special risks and monitoring that is needed for 13 and 14-year-olds, instead, nothing of the sort will happen. The department will not know where these 13 and 14-year-olds are working, there will not be an ability to go and proactively confirm that things are working as should. There's no proactive opportunity to engage with the worker or the employer because now they are permitted and they are allowed. And I have to say I'm concerned about janitorial, hospitality, and some of the other words that have been used. We haven't seen what this changed list of jobs is. But we all need to be aware that light janitorial can involve exposure to hazards and chemicals. It can. And so by putting light janitorial on a list, I'm very concerned that there will be no permit issued, no opportunity to check in with that employer to make sure that the employer is aware of what is safe and reasonable for 13 and 14-year-olds versus older employees, and to put these precautions in place. Now, we only have a few moments left. I will quickly transition into the labor relations side. The labor relations side of this, based off of my understanding of Canadian mainstream labor laws, this is so far out of the Canadian mainstream that the minister using the word balance seems a bit ridiculous. We will be the first jurisdiction to dabble in far-right, Republican-style, anti-union legislation. So American-style labor legislation we have talked about, but not just American-style. We're talking far-right, repress unions, repress their ability to organize. The changes inside the labor relations section infringe on freedom of association in different ways, infringe on freedom of expression. They logically do not even follow each other in some cases. The minister and the government in defending Bill 32 talks about the importance of employees having choice, and yet they include in here things like closing the open period, something that has been determined, I understand it in the past, as violating fundamental rights of an employee. And yet they include that here because it benefits select few, friends and insiders. The changing of union dues and the deductions is about suppressing opponents and suppressing the voices that are fighting for strong public services, suppressing the voices that are fighting for worker rights. It will have the negative impact of impacting charities throughout our province. I can't even tell you how many millions trade unions provided in support to just the Fort McMurray wildfires. Never mind so many other causes across this great province. It's going to create a huge amount of red tape, which the red tape for unions is likely deliberate to tie them up, but it will also cause red tape for the employers who are going to be responsible for deducting the correct percentage of a thing that is coming in regulation, that they can change at any time what is in this side or that side of what is considered political or not. Let me be very clear.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to just jump in. I was edified and quite educated by the members' comments up to this point. I'm particularly struck with the last couple of things that you were talking about in regards to the open period and advocacy, and I'm hoping you could elaborate on that. My feeling is this, that these are actually constitutionally illegal, but the process of taking them through the courts is long and arduous and very expensive and time-consuming, and other parts of this very same bill might make it more difficult for Labour to, in fact, take these cases to the Supreme Court because they have been hamstrung in their ability to collect the monies to fight for justice and equality in the workplace. Perhaps you could help us with that.
The Honourable Member for Aberdeen Millwood.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague. Absolutely, these sections are unlikely to survive a charter challenge because these are private organizations that are democratically run, and union members have a number of avenues to address any concerns about how their democratic organization that already operates with fiscal transparency, how this can be managed. Now, I do want to mention that Bill 32 is being introduced in the same session as this government blowing huge holes into third-party advertising rules to allow more corporations to be able to engage in in freedom of expression when it comes to our elections. And so in the same session, huge swaths are being given to corporations, big money being brought into our elections through Senate, through referendum, through local authorities changes, municipal elections, at the same time suppressing the voices of democratically run organizations. What is being done here through Bill 32 doesn't hold out if you consider a voter wanting to hold back some of their tax dollars because they don't agree with the war room. I can imagine there's a voter or two who wish they had that option. Shareholders being able to dictate exactly what happens with their investment. Other private organizations, members of the CFIB, or even workers having a say on whether or not their corporate employer weighs in on a major third-party campaign and spends $500,000 related to a senator election race. So when you look at what else has been brought in, you have corporate voices being lifted and worker voices being suppressed, and that is not balance. Finally, I will mention, also not likely to survive charter questions, the changes to picketing. The freedom of association and freedom of expression in Canada have been debated a number of times, and those conversations are ongoing. But the sections here that are going to make it harder for secondary sites to happen, understanding this is modeled off another jurisdiction, I can tell you there are still a number of lawyers who have strong concerns about these sections and their charter applicability and what will happen as they make their way through that process. There are a number of other changes within this section. I eagerly await the opportunity in Committee of the Whole to be able to talk about each one fully in turn, but what I will say is Bill 32 disadvantages workers. It does not balance anything other than, no, it does not balance anything. I will just say that straight out. That the changes to the average worker's pocketbook are significant, and that the restrictions on freedom of association and freedom of expression are very, very serious. I and my caucus colleagues will not be supporting Bill 32, and through the debate process, I hope to introduce a number of amendments and work perhaps with this government to improve this legislation where we can through the debate process in this place. These are my initial remarks on Bill 32, but I look forward to being able to say all of that plus more as we go forward into the debate. Overall, I will just have to say that this bill is a blatant attack on working people on a number of fronts. It will cost workers money, and it restricts their rights and freedoms. It does not benefit them, and so it must benefit large corporations, friends of this government, in a way that it greatly concerns me as someone who did update legislation in this field, genuinely looking for balance in Canadian mainstream, and this is neither of those things, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to get up in the House and speak to bills before us. And of course, this particular bill, number 32, is really an affront on working people of the province of Alberta. Now, I understand that the Minister of Labour is representing specific interests, and he's made that abundantly clear when he gets up and he talks about the fact that business owners need more liquidity, and when it comes to specifically the issue of moving from 3 days to 31 days to pay out someone once they've been terminated. And there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with supporting Alberta businesses. There's nothing wrong with it. And I want to make that abundantly clear to this House. But the problem here is when we're going from pieces of legislation that treat workers fairly within the province, and then we're actually stacking the deck against those workers. Now, the member from Edmonton Millwoods has elaborated substantially on some of these, but before I go and compliment some of those issues that she brought up, I specifically want to speak about unions, because I need to understand, and Albertans want to understand, why this UCP government is out to attack unions. What is their problem with unions and the fact that unions are there to protect the rights of workers. Now, Madam Speaker, I've fully disclosed previous in the House that I used to belong to a union. I used to belong to the union at the University of Alberta when I was an employee there. That represented the Non-Academic Staff Association of the University of Alberta. And when I wasn't pleased with my own union and the way that it was actually functioning, I decided to get involved in my union. And the member from Edmonton Mill Woods spoke to this. And this is what I need to make abundantly clear to the members from the other side, is that unions are institutions that are democratic. The foundation upon which they rest in our society is a democratic collective. Now, I understand that the members from the other side just don't like this word collective. They don't want people to come together and support one another to defend their rights. They don't want this. But that's exactly what a union is. So what is the problem with workers coming together to say, look, these are the injustices that we are experiencing in the workplace, and we want to work together as one collective voice in order to address these problems that we are experiencing in our workplace. The fundamental reason for a union existing is to address these particular problems that workers are experiencing in the workplace. And I'm going to give you an example. When I was at the University of Alberta, you may know that under the presidency of Mr. Rod Fraser at the university at that time, he decided that he was going to take the janitorial workers at the University of Alberta. Normally, non-academic staff association members were the people that provided janitorial service for the entire University of Alberta. But under the leadership of this individual, he decided that he was going to separate it, and certain buildings were going to be contracted out to other companies, and that non-academic staff workers that did janitorial service would remain in some of the buildings. Now, while I was an employee at the University of Alberta, the University of Alberta decided to contract Be Clean to do some of these contracts. They decided to start bringing in temporary foreign workers. Be Clean also used to hire people that had language barriers. And there's nothing wrong with this. We want people, we want diversity in our workplaces, but the problem is that their rights were not being respected. They weren't being paid on time. There was actually one temporary foreign worker that Be Clean ended up having to pay more than $50,000 to. Now, I can't even imagine as a working person here in the province of Alberta being owed $50,000 for my labor, that the employer would actually hold out $50,000 this over a period of a year. As someone who's like doing the job of janitorial service, this is a huge injustice. It's a huge injustice. So when you start talking about taking away the power of unions to actually represent the rights of workers, I start getting concerned. I start getting very concerned. Because it's under these kinds of circumstances, when unions aren't allowed to represent the interests of particular workers, that we start to see these types of injustice happen right here in the province of Alberta. Now, I want to stress again that these unions are democratic institutions. They're elections that take place. And I repeat to you, Madam Speaker, you know, as the members from the other side chime off over there, I don't know what it is they're saying, but of course, if they want to get into the debate, then perhaps they should stand up and debate inside this House rather than beaking off over there. So, Madam Speaker, unions are democratic institutions. They're democratic institutions upon which people can run for election. And that's what I did. When I didn't happen to agree with certain aspects of the union that I was part of, I decided to get involved in my union. I started off by becoming a member of the bylaws committee. And from there, I began understanding more and more about how a union works and how it represents its workers. Along with the members of the bylaws committee, they were so impressed with the level of advocacy I had towards workers' rights in particular, that they said, Rod, you know what, you should run to be vice president of our union, because that particular position was coming up that year. And based upon their suggestion, I decided to run for vice president, and I won. And I had a great time working on making our union more solid, making it a better union in the interest of all the workers that we represented. And at that time, Madam Speaker, we represented over 5,600 members at the University of Alberta, non-academic staff association workers. And then people were so pleased with the job that I did as a vice president that they said, Rod, or pardon me, member from Edmonton-Ellerslie, why don't you run? That's exactly what they did, because they knew it. The future member from Edmonton-Ellerslie, why don't you decide to run for presidency of this? And I said, you know what? I will gladly serve the people if that is what people want. I decided to run for the presidency. But I was democratically elected. And people knew the kind of work that I was doing. They knew that I actually got out there and campaigned and talked about the vision that I had for our union. Not only that, Madam Speaker, unions are 100% transparent in terms of their finances to all of their members. 100%. There's actually, and you know, I can't speak for every union here in the province of Alberta, but I can tell you that the Non-Academic Staff Association would have one annual meeting and would have quarterly meetings as well, where the books, there was financial reporting at each of these meetings. And members were encouraged. The information was sent to all of the membership, to each and every member, well in advance, so that they could look over the finances of the union, and that if they had questions at the meeting, they could bring up those questions. And they didn't even have to wait for the meeting if they didn't want to, Madam Speaker. They could actually bring up those questions at any time to the entire board of directors of the union or the treasurer of the union at any time that they wanted to. There was no hiding what the union was doing like the members from the other side would like to suggest. Each and every member of a union has the capacity to get in touch with the treasurer of the union, with the board of directors of the union, and talk about what are the issues as in any issue that they want, Madam Speaker. Not just the finances of the union. But of course, when the members from the other side get up to speak in this House, specifically about this particular issue, they make it seem like the board of directors of these unions has something to hide. And that they're not communicating this information to the members of their union. And this is categorically false, Madam Speaker. And I want to set the record straight. And I would really appreciate it if the members from the other side would stop getting up in this House and suggesting otherwise. Because each and every member of a union has the capacity to speak, to ask questions about the finances of their union. Now, I could go on and on and on about unions and how they're democratic institutions, that there's committee work, that there's annual meetings, there's a number of meetings that go on inside of unions that people actually have the opportunity to address these issues on a number of avenues within the union. But I'm going to get straight to the point, and that's that I want to introduce a referral amendment, because of course the question that I have for the members from the other side, for this cabinet and for this government and this premier, is who did they consult when it came to Bill 32? So with that being said, Madam Speaker, I have a referral motion that I'd like to put forward, and I'll wait for your sign. Yep.
R-E. Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment REF1. Honourable Member from Ellerslie, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll just read the referral motion into the record. MLA Loyola to move that the motion for second reading of Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020, be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020, be not now read a second time, but that the subject matter of the bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Alberta's Economic Future in accordance with Standing Order 74.2. So, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, the primary concern that I have is who this cabinet and who this premier, who this Minister of Labour actually consulted when it came to the issues that are being brought forward in Bill number 32. So now, he's made it abundantly clear that he's consulted with members of our highly respected small business community, medium-sized business community, people who are in this province to help employ people, and I understand that. And we want to make sure that we support our business owners. We want to make sure that we are supporting and creating the conditions for a strong economy as we continue to battle COVID here in the province of Alberta. There is no doubt about this. But this does not mean that the existing rights of workers that we have under current legislation should be sacrificed in order to meet that particular end. Now, it's already been brought up by the member of Edmonton Meadows and Edmonton Mill Woods, of course, and I'm sure that many other members will bring up the same issue, is how does extending the time from a final payment of wages earned upon termination of employment from 3 to 31 days make life better for workers in Alberta? It just, yeah, thank you, it doesn't. So my question to the Minister of Labour is, did you consult working people on this particular issue? Now, I can imagine that being an individual, and it happened to me when I was a teenager. I remember getting laid off when I was a teenager, and then wondering, when am I going to get paid? And it happens to a lot of people. For X reason, whatever the reason may be, they're terminated, whatever the situation may be, but they are highly concerned. Now, I'm not quoting directly because, of course, I can't remember exactly what the Minister of Labour said, but he said this was in order to create liquidity for the business owner. And I agree, this is an issue. Having been a business owner myself, I understand that liquidity is a huge issue. And being able to, address all the expenses that you have as a business owner, it's absolutely essential. But I would never sacrifice the pay of someone who...
Honourable members, I would like to take this opportunity to caution members not to use names in this chamber, even if it's your own name, even if it's a great story including your name, or even if you're moving an amendment with your name in it. Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable Member for some of the questions. I'd like to spend an opportunity to address some of the issues raised by the member from Edmonton Ellerslie, and also like to touch on a couple of comments made by the member of Edmonton Mill Woods. And I do recognize the 15 minutes was very short in time. We'll have more debate later. And I also appreciate the 29.2A is also very short. So I'm just going to touch on a couple of issues. First, in regards to termination pay, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out that the language we're changing in the termination pay is needs to be made 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of employment occurs. That's mirroring the language of the requirement for any regular pay has to be made. But this is to a maximum of 31 days to deal with the issue of someone on a monthly pay, because we didn't want them to wait till the end of the monthly pay. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Now to the member from Edmonton Ellerslie, who calls this out to attack unions. And Mr. Speaker, that is simply not the case. Our approach is to provide balance to labor laws. Right? Mr. Speaker, under the previous government and Bill 17, which was, by the way, 124 pages, which makes Bill 32 look svelte in comparison, right? Bill 17 made massive changes to employment standards and the Labor Relations Code. It increased the cost to employers at a time when there was tremendous recession, and the implications of that is Albertans lost jobs. Mr. Speaker, we understand on this side of the House that we need to have balance in labor laws, reduce the red tape, so we can create jobs for Albertans, and that's what Bill 32 does. Now, in terms of the assertions on the other side that we're out to attack unions, and this is going beyond the pale, the fact is, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the balance, this tipped the balance far to the union friends of the New Democrats to the other side, and we're bringing it back to the middle. And I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, there are certain things that were put in Bill 17, right? Reverse onus, first contract arbitration, remedial certification, which never existed prior into the law. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? We make some changes to that in here. We tweak it, but those remain. But we're restoring balance because the way that it was written by the NDP didn't follow the rules of good labor relations and good policy. And we are adjusting that. Mr. Speaker, the previous government under Bill 17 implemented, and I may have this number wrong, 6 different types of leaves. Mr. Speaker, we kept those in there. We didn't touch those leaves. Right? And the reason is because that made good sense and it was good policy. So, Madam Speaker, our focus, our approach is good policy. Now, the member opposite also spoke to the transparency of unions. Madam Speaker, it is puzzling to me, you know, and they say that this legislation is out of balance and it's U.S. style, but it's puzzling to me that when we take a look at the requirements to ensure that financial statements are available to union members, not anyone else, but union members, those requirements exist in all jurisdictions with the exception of 2, PEI and here in Alberta. And it's curious to me while the previous government didn't recognize that, hey, this is a hole in the legislation. We need to address that to make sure union members have the comfort that they understand what their unions are doing. But did they do that? No, they did not, Madam Speaker. So we are doing this. And is this out of line with what's going on in the rest of the country? Madam Speaker, it's not. Union transparency, the requirement to provide financial statements is in line with the entire country. Now, I do want to speak briefly and very briefly to the opt-in provision. Madam Speaker, the changes that we're making in this legislation to ensure that union members have a choice. They can opt in to political activities or campaigns. That was a campaign promise, Madam Speaker. And we are delivering in this. This is a campaign promise because we heard, Madam Speaker, that there are union members that were concerned with what their unions were doing and what they were contributing to, which was against the interests, quite frankly, of some union members and interests in Alberta. Now the other side is suggesting here that this is going to impact their ability to have voice for unions. Madam Speaker, that is simply not correct. This is about choice, a choice for the individual member on these particular issues. And if they choose to contribute their dollars, they can continue to do so. And if they not, they have the option not to do that. But this doesn't mean that the unions can't run campaigns on whatever they want. The unions still have that choice, but so do their members. And their members have a choice to do that. So when we take a step back, when we look at the overall intent behind this, which is to restore balance, that's what this is. But it has to be understood in the context of what the other side did in Bill 17 and the tremendous negative impact it had on Alberta.
Honourable members are seeming to join debate. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's my honor and privilege to be here to speak today on the honourable member's amendment. And I read it, and it's a bad amendment. It needs to be not supported. Now, to be clear, everyone in Canada respects basic labour rights. There isn't a person that does not. And let's talk about those basic labor rights. Reasonable pay. Reasonable pay is a fair right. They fight for things like benefits, like additional health insurance, which supplements our Alberta healthcare insurance plan. Remember that for the future. Okay. Good working conditions and making sure that those conditions are adequate, like lighting and heat and air conditioning, things like that, being fairly, go through a process if you're getting terminated or being supported if you have other issues. Now, what's ironic is the member that put forward this amendment is a big fan of Venezuela and Hugo Chavez. And it's really disappointing because that is a place that truly did not respect any of these things regarding labor, okay? This is a nation that chased out all its oil expertise. And Fort McMurray, of all communities, we received in 2005, 300 families, 300 engineers and petrochemical experts all came from Venezuela, and they told us everything about the country, about how the opposition gets jailed, about the media who spoke out against the government would get imprisoned, or in a lot of these cases, people just outright disappeared. And it's very disappointing.
Member from Jamil Woods, point of order.
Thank you. Just under 23HI&J, the member began his comments by saying what the member opposite believes, and then proceeded to start making arguments along that frame. I think that that is an example of abusive, insulting language of nature likely to create disorder, and I would simply ask that the member debate the legislation, debate Bill 2032, the contents of the bill, rather than telling our members what they believe and do not believe. That is my request, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I think it's important to note that the honourable member was simply providing context for this House, from which we can sort of build on and have a mature conversation in terms of whether the members across, like Chavez and support that type of regime. I mean, I think that everyone in this chamber knows that they're fans of Venezuela politics and that type of socialism. But at best, it's a debatable point, Madam Speaker, and so I certainly don't see a point of order here. Thank you.
Members, this is not a point of order, but I will caution the member, and using examples of other members in this House, actually I will caution all members in this House of using examples of other people's beliefs and past history or whatever it is. It may certainly cause disorder in this House, and we should stick to the issue at hand, which is the referral motion on Bill 32. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To go on then. When unions do seem to get some criticism from our government, recognize that they're criticizing the government and that they are truly political entities because they outright say misleading comments like we're attacking pensions or we're attacking freedom, which I heard out of the member's mouth today, which is not right. Now, if I might give an example, some of the things that the good minister is trying to provide with this bill is to allow union members not to be paying for things that they may not support or understand. So, for instance, with my private member's bill, I'm trying to support more access to plasma products, medications for Canadians. The company there is an agency that speaks out against this, and they're called Blood Watch. They're funded by the unions out of Ontario and whatnot. And their objective is then they can open up their books if they want to be truly transparent and accountable. So let us talk about Blood Watch for a moment and what their objective is. Their objective is to fight for a safe and secure blood supply. To be clear, the unions are investing in this group, and their members may or may not know that they're actually investing in this group. This group is fighting a fight that was won a long time ago. Every Canadian believes in a safe and secure blood supply and plasma supply. This is the vital products that we need to live after we've been in a major accident or have some internal trauma or something. It helps us in our surgeries, in our operating rooms, in our emergency departments. The fight for a safe blood supply happened in the 90s, after the Creever inquiry, after the tainted blood scandal. In this day and age, there's not a Canadian that does not believe in a safe and secure blood supply, and we want it to be ethically cleansed as well because we donate it all. And we want to ensure that Canadians overall have that basic product that gives us that right to life. Again, this is a fight that's been experienced, and it was done, and it was finished. Every Canadian believes in a safe blood supply, that you have this group who continues to fight for a safe and secure blood supply. And I would counter that the hypothesis that they're more about ensuring that a union steward shop is protected from any competition. And I'll challenge that openly and on the record on Hansard any day of the week. Because they aren't there for the patients. They aren't there for the 50,000 patients across Canada that need these very vital medications. They are looking for options that they're looking for arguments that aren't there. So with that, Madam Speaker, that is an example of some things that union executives approve and that union labor groups pay for. And if the labor members of those unions knew what they're investing in, would they approve it? That is the question here today. And this is what the good minister is trying to provide, are those individuals to have the freedom to choose who they invest in. So with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you for this time and this opportunity to speak on this bill and this amendment, and I would certainly hope that the House does not support this amendment. Thank you so much.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wasn't expecting to come this afternoon to debate the voluntary blood supply, but I guess that's an area that the member chose to speak about. So I'll continue with questions and comments in relation to the prior speaker. So the prior speaker this morning in committee certainly had an opportunity to ask questions of the groups that he is now in this chamber trying to defame and criticize the reputation of. I'll remind all honourable members, because not everyone was able to be in the committee this morning, that Blood Watch is a voluntary organization that was created with family members and those who were directly impacted themselves, either as patients or family members, by the tainted blood scandal. These are people who care deeply about ensuring that there is a safe domestic supply of all blood products for the people of Canada. So to come in this place and to espouse false motives to them, I think is disingenuous at best, and I think it's actually quite problematic in terms of being able to take things that the member from Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is saying with a high degree of credibility. If the member wanted to discredit the organization, he certainly could have at committee this morning. He could have taken the opportunity in Q&A to ask them the things that he's accusing them of in this place. So I think that it is not becoming on this chamber or the member to do so in this way. I do know that we will have an opportunity to debate this bill in this place because members of the government caucus voted to see it continue to move forward. So we will definitely have an opportunity to engage in that. But I do want to remind that honourable member and all members of this Assembly and all Albertans that Blood Watch is a voluntary organization driven by people who had direct lived experience with the tainted blood scandal here in our country, and I think it's something that none of us ever want to relive, and I have tremendous respect for their lived experience, the expertise they bring to the debate, and the fact that they were one of only 2 Canadian delegations that spoke to the EU when the EU was considering their future with regard to paid or voluntary donations. So I think that they have a lot of credibility on this issue, and I was grateful to be able to ask questions of them. The member chose not to, but is here to speak disparagingly about them in this place, and I think that that is inappropriate. I do want to say that there are a number of organizations that engage in different types of advocacy, and I think that that's their democratic democratic right, just like it's the democratic right of organized labor. And when I talk about organized labor, some of the folks I'm picturing are the people when you go to get your COVID test who are giving you your nasal swab or your throat swab. Many of them have chosen to organize and to have an opportunity to have a collective voice. So these people who are putting their lives on the front lines to be able to support and care for all of us, to make sure that we have an opportunity to live in this province with strong public health care, I want to thank them for their service, not come to this place and try to discredit them or their motives. I think that isn't becoming of this assembly. When I think about the nurses on the floor of the Misericordia, for example, where they're dealing with a COVID outbreak that is being talked about nationwide and North American-wide, I think about the fact that they are fighting for safe working conditions for themselves, which are also safe inpatient conditions for the patients that they're caring for. Healthcare workers organizing to make sure that they have a collective voice is something that I respect, and so does our Constitution. Or our charter, rather, sorry. A lot of people have been talking about the American Constitution over the last few days, and sometimes that language gets into your brain. So I have to say I respect the fact that workers have the ability to have a collective voice in standing up for one another, but also standing up for all Canadians and all Albertans in this context. And I think that that's something that we shouldn't be here celebrating the erosion of. I think we should be finding ways that we can enable all workplaces to have more participation from worker representative organizations, including unions, because I think that often sometimes organizations can forget to look to the front lines and look to the workers for solutions, and oftentimes that's where a lot of solutions are housed. I know that when the Premier was running to be Premier, he talked a lot about wanting to listen to the front lines in terms of healthcare. He'd talk about managers managing managers, and it seems like the workers are the last of his priorities now that he's Premier.
Members, sometimes during debate, there's a wide swath that is given. Moving forward in this chamber, we will stick to the relevancy of the matter at hand, which is the referral amendment on Bill 32, as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Ellerslie. I cannot recognize you, Honourable Minister, to speak, as that will close debate, and I do not think that we are quite there in this House yet. Are there any members wishing to on the referral amendment? My apologies, Honourable Minister for Labour and Immigration. We are now on the referral amendment, which resets the clock for all speakers, and I will recognize you if you would like to speak to the referral amendment at hand.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That is exactly what I want to do. I'd like to speak to this brought forward by the member from Edmonton-Ellerslie. Again, I assume, based on the questions from the member, that the concern and the reason why he's bringing forward this amendment is his belief that it did not. There was insufficient consultation prior to that, and so that it needs to be studied more. I'm just making an assumption based on the questions provided. Madam Speaker, as I informed the legislature during my opening remarks for second reading of Bill 32, we did consultations, extensive consultations on changes to the Labor Relations Code and the Employment Standards Code in the fall, and this was all pre-COVID, so there's multiple in-person consultations with both labor groups and employer groups. We also received over 60 written submissions on the Labor Relations Code. In addition, Madam Speaker, on the Employment Standards Code, we did a survey. We received over 5,400 survey responses, and again received written submissions from employer groups, employee and union groups in this regard, as well as through the red tape reduction. So, Madam Speaker, I would, given the extensive consultation, and more importantly, given the need of us to get Albertans back to work. And Madam Speaker, Bill 32 in terms of providing balance to Alberta's labor laws, reducing red tape and getting Albertans back to work is a important part of our economic recovery plan. So moving it into the Standing Committee on Alberta's Economic Future, I do not agree with this amendment. I do not support the amendment. Madam Speaker, we need to make these changes. We need to make these changes now. Madam Speaker, we need to get Albertans back to work. So I would ask members of the legislature not to support this amendment. Thank you.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to hear that the Honourable Minister of Labour has indeed consulted people, that there have been submissions, that there was a number of people. I believe he stated that there was over 60 submissions, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm hoping that the Honourable Minister of Labour will then table all of those documents in this House so that we as the opposition can then review all of those documents and see exactly what it is was stated in these documents, and then who were the ones who provided those submissions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would refer the honourable member to the website, alberta.ca, in regards to the submission, what we heard. We have a summary of what was provided to the government in terms of to the submissions and what we heard both from the employer and the employee side, and I refer the honourable member there. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Ellerslie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and respectfully to the Minister of Labour, I do not want a summary. What I would like is each and every submission to be tabled within this House, because I believe it is the right of all the members of this House to see exactly what was stated in these submissions. So I'm asking once again if the Minister will please table all of those documents in the House for all of us to read.
Any other members wishing to speak under Standing Order 29-2A? Seeing none, any other members wishing to join debate on the referral amendment REF1 on Bill 32, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Beverly Clairview.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to this bill. I do appreciate the fact that the minister is so engaged with the debate in this House, although, again, I've never seen a minister pop up on 29-2A as often as I have today, and so my wheels are turning now because the minister gets to open debate, close debate. I thought I was under the impression 29-2A was primarily intended, I'm fighting with this chair behind me right now, for private members to ask questions, but I appreciate, and I mean that with all sincerity, that the minister is responding to comments and questions that the opposition is posing. So that is greatly appreciated and noted. Now, with this bill, I appreciate the minister saying that we're restoring balance to the workplace. No, I'm sorry, we're not. I get that it's a matter of debate, it's opinion. I can tell the minister that, I've been in this House long enough and debated enough labor bills and to look at Alberta's labor legislation that until 2015, Alberta lagged behind the rest of the country when it came to standards and protections for workers. It was under our government that we brought Alberta to the middle of the pack with the rest of the country. Of course, the opposition cried about how, we were anti-business and only favored workers. And again, in this bill, I don't understand if the members have some kind of personal bad experience with unions. I don't understand the absolute vitriol and hate that they have for unions. Because this legislation is not bringing the rest of the country, or Alberta, into the middle of the pack with the rest of the country. It is not at all. It is a blatant attack on workers. Now, I will give you folks credit that at least when you have it out for a group, you don't mince your words about it. You don't try to hide it, right? I mean, there's some things that the government's done that even the former PCs at least tried not to be blatant about it. Attacks on different things from parks and others. But at least the government is, quite vocal and being open about, we don't like unions and we'll we'll talk about that and we'll tell you about it. Now, granted, there have been members of the current UCP, the former Wild Rose, that have stood in this place and actually said that. So, you know, no surprise. But I don't understand why what's supposed to be bringing balance to Alberta workplaces, why, like, you've taken the pendulum and you've swung it to the opposite side. And I'll talk about that. Now, I appreciate the minister did say that he's consulted numerous people and individuals and companies. I don't know if the website actually lists all of the individuals and groups specifically that were consulted. That's a legit question. I know when we were in government for several of our bills, that was a question posed by the opposition at the time, to which there was more than one occasion that we did produce the list of who was consulted with. And in fact, when I had the honor of being Minister of Economic Development and Trade, I did often list the companies, associations, organizations, and entities that I spoke with before designing programs. So I think there'll be an opportunity in Committee of the Whole for much more of this kind of interactive dialogue, which I hope the minister will come forward with not just who is consulted with, but who is asking for certain changes that this labor bill makes. Now, the labor bill, and it may not be as long page-wise as the bill bills that were brought in under our government. I mean, quite frankly, that means not a lot, because you can make significant sweeping changes with a couple of sentences. The longer the bill is, the more it goes actually into details and makes smaller amendments versus broad-scale amendments. But I do have some questions for the minister, and I appreciate he may have responded to some of these, and that's okay. I just want to make sure that I get some of my questions on the record. Now, it took a little bit of reading to get my head around the averaging agreements and some of the changes that are being made to them. Now, the minister did reference some concerned workers that he spoke with previously. I'd love to know exactly what their concerns were. Because again, as some of my colleagues have pointed out, when you talk about payment and final payment of wages earned, I don't know how many workers would say, I'm okay with you taking even longer to pay me my final pay period. In fact, I want that. It kind of falls in with the argument that was made under a previous debate where the government claimed that people were asking for a pay cut. I've never met someone who's said. Now, granted, I will say that there have been incredible men and women because of the current situation, as well as the situation back in 2015 when the global price of oil collapsed, who voluntarily took a pay cut in order to help ensure that others didn't have to be laid off. So yes, it does happen under extraneous circumstances, but I've never met workers lining up to say, like, yeah, you know what, cut my wages. God, we earn way too much. Let's slash that. And so a worker saying, yes, please take longer to pay me, also doesn't make sense to me. And so the change that's being made may help employers, but it doesn't help employees. So again, I get that employers may have a liquidity issue. There are other tools available, Minister. This one is not necessary, where you're now picking winners and losers. So the winners are the employers, the losers are the workers. There are other ways to provide support to companies that are struggling with liquidity issues. Now, as I mentioned, the averaging agreements, part of the challenge, and my colleague from Edmonton Millwoods framed this very, very well, that we're talking about a formula that now, instead of looking at, I think it's 2 weeks as far as whether or not overtime will be applied, it's now being averaged over the course of the year. Now, that may sound like it's, well, I mean, I don't know how it would sound like it's fair, but maybe for some it does. But I think, the fact is, by switching this, the government is essentially giving employers the ability to not have to pay out overtime. Now, the challenge with this change is that our criticism of it is of the government. Make no mistake, we're not criticizing employers. If employers had a choice to save money, most of them will take it. Now, they're obviously, we know that especially small, medium-sized businesses, I would even argue your multinationals care about their employees and they care about their workers. But I can tell you the reason that we have legislation, the reason that for example, unions came to existence to begin with is because there always are some bad apples, and there always are examples of those who would try to take advantage of some of their employees. Now, again, we want to make sure that that both sides are being protected, and this, brings me back to my original point where this doesn't bring balance. This swings the pendulum back out of favor of our actual working men and women. So in addition to the overtime issue, and again, flexibility for employers to determine how and if daily overtime applies.
Just a reminder that we're on the referral amendment. Please proceed.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And so, this is the arguments that I'm laying forward are the reasons of why I will be supporting this amendment to refer this to committee. As my esteemed colleague from Edmonton Ellerslie pointed out, we are all interested to know who was consulted with, how they were consulted, and honestly what some of their feedback was. A great example of consultation, and again, I'll give some credit to two governments ago, the former PCs when they initially begun engagement with municipalities on bringing forward significant changes to the MGA, and of course members will know that's the second largest piece of legislation that we have on the books. That extensive consultation was needed, and so our government continued that consultation. But what I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that it was available and made public, and it was an outward-facing document so that Albertans could see what positions municipalities were taking. It was almost a transparent dialogue between the government and municipalities. And my point on that is that it was known who the government spoke with, which groups, and their positions. Again, which I think is really important. It's easy enough for the minister or a person to stand up and say, we've consulted with tons of people and this is what they're asking for. Okay, well, who's asking for what specifically? So back to the purpose that I'm supporting, this referral. Yes, referral is because this bill clearly needs more work. And so happily send it to the Committee of Economic Futures. So other concerns that other colleagues, including our leader, have pointed out, and I don't know if the minister has spoken to this, but the fact that there are employers that are able to get, especially younger people, 13, 14-year-olds, hired without needing a permit. I think the minister did touch on it, but would love a little more clarification around what types of jobs are allowing that. I know that there are some exceptions that already exist, but of course, we want to ensure that we are protecting especially young people. So there are sections of this bill that allow for employer groups and associations to apply for exemptions to all or part of the Employment Standards Code from the director and not the minister. Now that's interesting. That's interesting that the minister is essentially passing on these powers and authorities to a director. Now, some of our concerns and questions with that in and of itself may not be a bad thing, although, again, there are, I'd like to know what oversight is going to be in place for the director. We know that there are certain oversights when some decisions have to be approved by the minister. One of the concerns is this opening the door for a lower minimum wage for people with disabilities or restaurant workers? I know that the restaurant lobby is very, very strong in this country. I think, well, we'd like not just assurances, but again, if we're looking at this section, I'd love to know the purpose of it. What was the logic behind it? What employment standards exemptions should be granted? Who's asking for them, and what exemptions specifically? Now, it does, this section, talk about exemptions for consecutive days of work, daily hours, to avoid overtime pay, for those employees not subject to the averaging arrangements. This I find really interesting. So it allows employers to choose the lowest amount payable for holiday pay, which I find interesting. So it used to be the average of 4 weeks preceding the holiday. And in fact, I do remember, I started working myself, Mr. Speaker, when I was 14 years old, first job in a Dairy Queen. And I remember trying to work as many Mondays as possible, because that way when the holiday landed, of course, you get time and a half. Now, my understanding of the bill is that the change that it'll make now gives employers the ability to allow for a cheaper option. So they can choose the last 4-week pay period close to the holiday instead of the average wages of the 4 weeks preceding. So that's a concern. Again, I appreciate some employers would probably enjoy that savings, but of course, it needs to be fair for both workers and employers. And I can imagine those that depended on that pay. So I was fortunate, Mr. Speaker, that I was in a household. I had 2 working parents. My part-time job was a part-time job for extra money. It wasn't a job that I needed in order to pay the rent or pay for groceries. The reality is that there are many, many people in Alberta who have minimum wage jobs, who need every penny, and now taking this away could be the difference between them being out on the street or paying the bills.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Laxana and Parkland has risen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the members opposite for, as always, a compelling argument. I almost found myself leaning towards them, but then I came back to my life and some other points that I experienced. So first of all, and I do appreciate the members opposite. We always have a good jab back and forth and have a mutual respect. So one thing that I have to set the record straight on, the members opposite assert that we don't like unions. And in my personal circumstance, I don't know who they've spoken with before, but they make this assumption. They call us you folks, and they paint us with the same brush. And I'm not going to take offense to it, like some may. I don't find it offensive that they want to paint us that category, but we don't. And Mr. Speaker, I have a confession to make. I'm a recovering projectaholic. I used to work major projects my entire life. I was very fortunate enough to work on both SAGD facilities, upstream facilities. I worked in Canada and the US, even had a little tour over in Europe for a while. Loved projects. And the interesting part with those jurisdictions, you work with unions, non-unions, different things. I mean, you got projects where you have half the site is unionized, half the site isn't unionized, all working collectively together. So for me personally, I have no issues with them. A lot of my mentors, or either from the Boilermaker trades or from some of the other trades, when they're talking about consultation, I don't believe any one of those members opposite went out to Keep Hills and consulted and say, hey, we're going to shut down all these union jobs that you have out at the mine because we're, I don't know, rushing headlong towards shutting out the coal industry. I don't believe any of them went and consulted. I'd love to see your list of all the individuals you consulted with, the regular workers, of saying, hey, why don't I jam this carbon tax in on you and have you paying a bunch of extra cash for the rest of it and take away from your paycheck. Those same union people out in that area, for me, they're the ones that ran a UCP sign with my name splattered all over their front lawn because they didn't want any more of the empty promises made by the NDP, the No Democracy Party or PAC or whatever they want to call themselves these days. The fact that they didn't consult and do not represent. One of the things, and let's not mince any words here, Mr. Speaker, what they're concerned about, the biggest thing that they're concerned about, is that people will actually have a choice of where their union dues are going to, the opt-in, that it will not support your policies and some of the things you're putting out there. All unions are not created equal, Mr. Speaker. All unions are not created equal. So I'm used to dealing with the building trades hands, boilermakers, etc. The interesting thing that came back from them when they had their conference out in Jasper, they said, you know what? You're the only politicians that actually stuck here through the whole conference to hear what we had to say and interfaced with us. That is true, what was said to me. And the other thing that took place was, Mr. Speaker, was we kept in contact. These are the same people that consult, and we're talking about the Skilled Trades Task Force. We're sitting at the table. These are fellow task force members that we're talking about. We're the ones that are doing the input and the consultation. So to hear all of this other rhetoric, it's not quite there. The one thing I do like about Bill 32 is we get a chance when we actually, as major projects, negotiate. You bring everybody in the House at the same time, you can negotiate with one union with all the different subsects, rather than having individual trades come in at the same time. It gives us that optionality and that flexibility. It gives certainty for the hands of where they're going to be working, how long they're going to be working those projects, and what their deals are going to be. It literally starts to bring back the balance again. So arguably it may have lagged for a number of years. We were way behind. In 2015, the NDP brought in some changes, and you know what? The ministers recognized some of the good changes. We're not swinging it completely back to the opposite side, as you might have suggested, Mr. Speaker. They're actually bringing it to that center of balance. So the good things that you guys had in place, yeah, we're going to keep them. That's what the minister said. The minister has said that repeatedly. So about these other stories, I'm not sure where it's going. So again, it really comes back to choice. One of the other things that I put to, and being a new politician, sitting in with some union hands, first time we're meeting with them, they'd ask, what can we do to work together collectively? Because our economy has been hammered like you wouldn't believe. We've all been under attack by the same issues. So what can we work on together? And I said, you know what? The NDP owns you. They own you. The iron worker came back and said, they do not. And I said, I know that and you know that. But every time you hear this noise out there and you're not speaking up for the working people in the province and you're getting these political affiliations getting in the way of the actual industry, they own you. And you know what they did? We've kept in contact nonstop all the way through this, through the skilled trades and other things. We're moving the ball downfield, Mr. Speaker. So coming back to some of the union hands, I know people in my area don't exactly like Gil McGowan being their poster child, speaking for what things that they say. I know people in my area, the doctors out there as well, don't necessarily agree that the AMA is the right choice. Because when we're consulting on a rural basis, they're having some issues with their elected people within that. So some of the members from LRZ might say this is the epitome of democracy, not my neck of the woods. And that's why Bill 32 is going to help out the folks that put me here.
Here. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? Honourable member for Edmonton Decore.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity this afternoon to speak to the referral motion that we not read Bill 32 a second time and refer it to the Standing Committee on Alberta's Economic Future. And so this may come as a surprise to the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland when it comes to not all unions are the same and equal. I agree with you. Absolutely, because there's some terrible unions out there. Absolutely terrible ones. And so when I talk about, Mr. Speaker, around who was consulted, now see, I am very proudly, was a UFCW Local 401 member for 26 and a half years. And one of the things I never had a problem with when I attended the annual general meetings that happened every 2 months and we went over the financials for that past 2 months, I never had a problem with some money being given to leukemia research, something that I know had been going on for over 25 years. The amount of money that 401 had managed to raise and through other kinds of things was substantial to that cause. And so when I hear about the consultations that happen, and of course during a couple of the speakers, I had a chance to go through on alberta.ca looking for that list of people that was consulted with, and I couldn't find it. I couldn't find a link to click on to find out if the largest private sector union in this province by the name of UFCW Local 401 was consulted. Now, spoiler alert here, I actually already know the answer to this because I called the president myself personally and asked. And so how are we here on the opposition benches supposed to expect that good policy is being made when I know consultations weren't done with the largest private sector union in this province? Because I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have seen things like changes to holiday pay just before the holiday itself. And see, Mr. Speaker, and I reach back now in my history and what I remember, which is why it's so important that we refer this to the Standing Committee. Because I remember games being played around hours. And this was a very, very long time, Mr. Speaker, probably, 20 years before I even became an MLA, dealing with this. And we had some interesting language that said that if a person works a certain amount of hours for 13 consecutive weeks, then a full-time position was deemed to exist. And I remember pushing really, really hard, saying, we have to challenge this. We have to see if we can get some full-time positions. And surprise, surprise, if the company didn't cut those hours on that individual on that 13th week. And you're telling me that I'm not going to see employers messing around with hours the weeks before holidays so that they can get the lower number? I don't buy that, Mr. Speaker, which is why maybe we should send this to committee, which is what this referral will do, so we can check out and see, does that still continue to be a problem? And we could call in the largest private sector union in this province and ask what they deal with across their multiple different industries that they represent members in. I've also seen games being played around the open period. And funny enough, UFCW called out that union for doing that. And they tried to say, that's not it, you're defaming us, and they took them to court and lost. Lost multiple times, actually, because that's exactly what they were doing. They were playing games behind the members' backs and creating deals without the members' input, Mr. Speaker. So just like the member said, all unions aren't equal. And there's some pretty nasty ones out there that I don't think should even be called unions. So we talk about transparency. I had mentioned this earlier, Mr. Speaker, around how I used to attend general meetings every 2 months, and the first order of business, beside the hellos and who was at the table for the meeting that day, we would go through the financials for the past 2 months. But that wasn't just the only opportunity. I think the member from Edmonton Ellerslie mentioned this around his experience as well, because that was the exact same experience I had. At any moment in time, I could call my rep and say, I want to see the financials. And based the way it was set up, because it was members that made up the union. It's funny, we're hearing all these references to different leaders and things like that. At the end of the day, the union is the members. It's the members alone. No members, no union. And so when I hear disparaging things about unions, really that's disparaging things about the members, because they are the union. And if we get a chance to refer this to committee, Mr. Speaker, as this amendment will do, we will get a chance to maybe call in some of those members, maybe from the largest private sector union in Alberta.
Good idea.
And hear from the members about their experience with regards to transparency and seeing the financials and finding out what their money is being spent on. So I'm still looking for that list of who we consulted with out there. I'd be grateful to see that. I can't find it on the website. I spent a good 20 minutes looking for that list or looking for a link to that list. And I know what I'm looking for, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just wondering, maybe some of our Albertans that are up in the gallery here today, how hard it's going to be for them to find out where that list is contained. But I bet you if we went to committee through this referral motion, we would get a chance to be able to walk Albertans through how they could quickly find that information. Because I'll have to admit, it took me a moment just to at least find out where it might have been contained. You know, I always hear, I mean, it's right in the title here too, about balancing. This is about bringing back balance. To be quite honest with you, I would have expected balance to just simply repeal everything that the former government did. There, balanced. But, at least, as we've heard, good news, they found that there was some good things in that legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, there are some considerable things in here that does not allow for balance, especially around striking. And if we get the opportunity to send this to committee, we can get to explore those things in a much broader sense. And I'm glad that the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland had some experience in the labor world with unions. I'm pleased about that. But I'm going to tell you right now, there's members of your caucus that I remember calling unions like human traffickers. Look it up in Hansard. And so this is the kind of thing that I'm hearing. And I'm not supposed to take offense to that coming from labor.
Being a worker?
Being a worker, yeah, that's exactly it. Member of Edmonton Galore. Mr. Speaker, I was simply a forklift operator where I worked at when I left. I would load trucks, get the ice cream off to the different stores or warehouse. And that's what I did each and every single day. But I always knew what was going on in my union. And that was even before I became a shop steward, before I became an activist, before I became a relief rep. Maybe if we could send this to committee with this amendment, we could bring in some of those people that have also had similar opportunities that I had and ask them, do they think there should be what I like to refer to as a, in case I want to do what I want clause, but to start allowing exemptions from any part of the legislation? I remember, Mr. Speaker, when we started changing the labor laws, there was an old piece of legislation in there that said that if all a company had to do was apply, and they could be exempted from paying a person with disabilities the minimum wage. They could go under that. Now, the good news was at that time, Mr. Speaker, that clause hadn't been used by any single company in the province over the past decade at least. But it was there.
It's going back in.
And this exemption would allow that. But let's send it to committee, Mr. Speaker. Let's vote for this amendment, and we can explore those kinds of things. Because if that really is the case, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to just sit down and say, yeah, okay, yep, fine, you were right. But because I've spent a lot of time, and I was accused just this morning of being too much into the language, well, for good reason, because that's what I was taught to do by my union. Because we always seem to come across things where games start to be played or situations start to develop, which puts an employee at a really big disadvantage. Gosh, Mr. Speaker, I remember filing grievances because a member was yelled at by a manager right on the shop floor in front of customers. And you want to tell me that unions had too much power? These are things that we'll be able to discover through the committee, Mr. Speaker, and this referral amendment.
He said, did he deserve it?
Wow, that's actually unbelievable, Mr. Speaker, that there's a sentiment. That's right up there with, well, maybe unions or human traffickers, or when you're organizing a potential work site. I remember being accused of forcing my way into homes and intimidating people to sign the union card or else. I certainly don't know what kind of organizing drives those members were part of, but it wasn't anything that I was ever part of. But let's call them in through the committee, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk to those people that do that organizing through this referral amendment. And we'll get a chance to find out if all the things that are contained within Bill 32 really brings balance back to the workplace. Or was it like when I was speaking earlier before the amendment, where it's akin to me trying to balance standing on the side of the north face of Mount Everest? We have an opportunity here, Mr. Speaker, by using this amendment, send this to committee. We'll get an opportunity to hear from the people that this actually affects. We'll see how many say, yeah, I totally want to see my holiday pay at the lesser end. I totally want to see my overtime diminished. Now, I always said, though, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to overtime, I've said it to my members, I've said it to members I've overseen as my duties as a relief rep, you can never, ever count on overtime. It's here today, gone tomorrow. There's nothing that says an employer has to guarantee that. But they should be paid for their time away from their family. And that's all the kind of stuff that we get to see through this amendment and sending it to committee and being able to find out.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And like my colleague, the member for Edmonton Beverly Clearview, I had a job at 13. I maybe even had two at the same time when I was 13, but I was fortunate enough to not be in a position where my family expected me to be able to provide for the family well-being, or for the family to be able to have its ends met. But I definitely learned a lot and was happy to be able to contribute. And my mom to this day will quote me saying, cleaning bathrooms isn't bad when you're getting paid to do it. It's sure a lot more fun than doing it when you're at home. So I want to ask the member who has highlighted some of his extensive background in UFCW about the kinds of training that are done for new workers, particularly for young workers, and working in a warehouse operating a forklift. I don't imagine that anyone would recommend that being work that 13-year-olds should do, but also I was hoping you can maybe elaborate on some other reasons why he thinks it's important for us to have protections and safeguards for young people who are learning, and I don't think anyone would expect a 13 or a 14-year-old to have the same skill set or abilities. Or the other piece is the comfort to be able to refuse unsafe work, and I think that's one thing that my encounters with many worker organizations, they teach people about your right to say no. But I definitely know that a lot of 13-year-olds don't feel that they have the ability to say no when they're in their first job, and I understand why. I definitely didn't feel like I could say no. Unfortunately, I wasn't put in a position where I felt like I was doing unsafe work, but I know that there are times where people are. And there was a speaker previously who said there's never been an employer who didn't respect workplace safety and laws, and I want to say like that's categorically untrue. I think the vast majority are very good employers in this province and elsewhere, but there are times where workers haven't been protected and where there's been devastating impacts. Every year we remember the people who were injured and specifically who died on work sites. So I'm hoping that the member can maybe elaborate a little bit on some of those topics I just raised. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Court.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member from Edmonton Glenora asking that. Yes, as somebody in my work site who is responsible for teaching the safe operation of power jacks and of forklifts, I have to admit, it was hard enough to teach adults to do that kind of safe work, but there was an entire program which I had helped design at that time around the safe operation for that. And so, you know, I've always said, you know, would a majority of employers respect that? I believe they would, absolutely. But again, it's not the majority that I'm ever worried about. It's the one that I'm worried about, where a 13-year-old gets on a forklift and unfortunately rolls it and they're killed because of that. I have to ask, what kind of training went through for that to be the end cause? I mean, I even remember a youth at a lumber yard, I believe it was, that was also involved in a forklift accident and killed them. Again, what was the safety training around that? It's so important, and I remember that was the very first thing that an employee got when they arrived at Lucerne, was their safety training about the entire plant in general. And until they passed that, they weren't going on the shop floor. And I guess around your question about unsafe work, Mr. Speaker, you know, I can remember some of the employees in my work site who had been there for 10 years and were afraid to challenge management on anything, let alone unsafe work. And yet we're going to put a 13 or 14-year-old potentially in that position where they're going to have to challenge an adult that's in a position of power around whether something may or may not be unsafe. And yes, I certainly had my little bits of jobs when I was 13 or 14 years old, but I never found myself in a position of having to challenge that. Actually, it was my parents that said, you know, you can go maybe go cut some grass after I teach you how to properly work the lawnmower and things like that. So, Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity here that we need to explore, and we really need to take advantage of it.
Honourable members, anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The honourable member for Calgary Buffalo has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given the hour, I'll keep my comments short. I too will be supporting the referral that has been put forward by the member from Edmonton Ellerslie with regard to not reading this bill for a second time in second reading, but to look at broadly consulting. And, you know, I had the opportunity as I was sitting in the back listening to the minister speak to a 29-2A response, and the minister, and I certainly didn't take down everything he said, but he did say that the consultation that occurred before this specific Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act, took place pre-COVID. And I imagine that's somewhere around the end of last year or beginning of this year, January, February. And he spoke to a synopsis being on the ministry's website that a number of stakeholders had given feedback to. And that's all well and good, Mr. Speaker. The pre-COVID consultation is something that's gone on for a number of bills, and we've had about 34 presented to us, and a number of them had long consultations that occurred before March lockdown in this province. But what we know is now and since March, the public's attention is very much on other things, their own situations with regard to their families, security, their own situations with regard to work, endeavoring to try and see if there's government support from an order of government to get them through these very different times where many have lost their jobs. So people's attention is what I'm trying to say, isn't on today's work of this legislature generally. Bill 32 is taking place in a situation where people are focused on other things. And I just wanted to kind of use as my reason for saying that, Mr. Speaker, with regard to Bill 1, bill that was introduced for first reading on February 25th in this House and was given royal assent on June 17th. In my opinion of the public's attention to Bill 1 was that it wasn't there. And there are a number of things that are really important in Bill 1 in terms of the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, how people exhibit their opposition and protest with regard to government action in particular, and the actions of government action. I'll leave it at that. I went to a rally a couple weeks ago, and it was titled, and it seemed like the horse was out of the barn, Mr. Speaker. The bill had already been passed on June 17th and given royal assent on that date. But people were just starting 2 weeks ago to look at the implications of Bill 1. And there were rallies and protests in our two largest cities with regard to Bill 1. And, the kind of actions people were asking for at that point, and it had already been given royal assent, is that the Lieutenant Governor rescind royal assent or not give it, but she'd already given it. And so I was able to speak with many people saying, what Bill 1 really is, you're too late on that. And you can express your dissatisfaction with your MLA and elected representatives generally, other MLAs, but that bill is passed. And Mr. Speaker, this bill is not passed. And there are many, many Albertans, whether they be unionized workers, whether they be workers in the private sector, whether they be employers, whether they be employers of small and medium or large size enterprises, that probably don't know what's in Bill 32. And as you know, it amends and touches 6 different acts and statutes and orders, and it is far-reaching in its approach. So, Mr. Speaker, the reasonable request of the member from Edmonton Ellerslie that this bill go before a committee so that all sorts of Albertans can attend and speak to committee if this House approves would be what I would wish, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly don't, come at it from unions are the only people who are impacted here, or unionized workers. I've worked in both the private sector and the public sector, in unionized environments and in non-unionized environments. And Mr. Speaker, I feel like I was treated well and was able to achieve my career goals in both of those environments. So I don't come at it that one is better than another. I come at it from knowing that the public have not had the focus on this issue. And it is far-reaching, as some of my colleagues have been speaking to, with regard to implications that are in the various amendments to the 6 different statutes, bills, and orders that are here. Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that like my colleagues, I have concerns with many parts of this bill, and I believe it is important for us to really dig into a rather substantial bill that's before us. We, of course, during the labor legislation revisions that I was part of government that initiated, and the minister initiated on government's behalf, did a lot of updating of statutes that hadn't been touched in a very long time. And I'm glad to hear that the changes that we initiated in those years, some of them are going to be kept because I think they're very, very worthwhile. My colleague from Edmonton, Calgary McCall, said it well last week, Mr. Speaker, when he spoke to the title here of restoring balance. He said, in a work situation, balance is always on the side of the employer. The employers are in a power situation that's different from the employees, and that will never change, Mr. Speaker. So to see the title of this bill, which I think people would want to weigh in on as well, is somewhat troubling and disturbing because, as we know, Mr. Speaker, that's the situation in society with workers, with employers, is that there is a difference in the tipping of the scales towards the employer side. And as my colleagues have so eloquently tried to say, that's the reason why unions came into being, is to try, and this is hundreds of years ago in the 1800s, because of the imbalance in power. And frankly, it was, in many cases, a dangerous place for employees to be, the workplace. So many unions got their start protecting workers so that they would have decent conditions. We are in a place, of course, where with COVID times, the conditions are so radically changed for employers and employees. It's not simple or easy for any of us, particularly if you're in a situation that you're concerned about your safety. So, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to see this go to committee, to see this discussed with all sorts of stakeholders would be beneficial for this bill. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, amendments could be suggested in that situation that could come back here to the House to get implemented or put. And wouldn't that be a really positive thing for all of us to be doing, Mr. Speaker, is to take the views of people who are in challenging work situations and to see if Bill 32 meets their needs with regard to conditions in the workplace that may go on for several months or in fact years, Mr. Speaker. I think the Kill Bill 1 rallies is a good example of why people in Alberta haven't, they didn't kind of come on to and understand what was in Bill 1, Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, until it was far too late, Mr. Speaker. And so with regard to my support of the Edmonton Ellerslie members' recommendation to refer this to a committee for further discussion, that's what I think is probably necessary, and that it not be now read a second time and wait until we have that matter fully canvassed with stakeholders, independent people, unions, employers, all of those people who can publicly put their views on the record, notwithstanding that there's a synopsis of some stakeholders' views in a consultation that occurred many, many months ago in a very different situation. So, Mr. Speaker, with regard to my views, I think I've fully canvassed them, and I would hope that members would agree to the situation that I've laid out with regard to this situation. Thank you.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or comment, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly will be brief in view of the time as well. And I think the Honourable Member from Calgary-Buffalo, summarized it very well, where you can look at the letter of the law or the potential law that this Bill 32 might represent. But when we make legislation and we build legislation here in this chamber, we also have to reflect what's going on in the larger society of which we represent. And certainly we know that this is an unprecedented time economically and with the medical emergency too. So I think that everybody is conscious of that, and we have to nurture that common purpose by what we do in this House, right? If we, during an economic downturn and COVID, and there's a lot of anxiety and so forth, if we pick fights and not seek to look for a common purpose, then you're only exacerbating what is already a very difficult problem for everybody, not just workers and employers and the economy, but literally everyone in the province right now. I mean, the tension is palpable. I saw it, this weekend. I had a chance to go to central Alberta, to Dry Island Park, and to Tolman and Trochu, Alberta. I was thinking about you. It's nice there, but you could feel the economic problems there, and you could feel the tension around what's going on. And I always think about that. Remember that I'm in any given MLA where I'm just happen to be traveling. And, so my point is, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to build and nurture confidence through the bills that we make. And Bill 32 doesn't do that, right? It puts people on edge for good reason. It oversteps what is the sort of natural place where our economy is at this point in time. And it creates a lot of uncertainty, not just for workers, but for the whole economy in general, right? And I spoke about this the other night, but it's true, and certainly it's not it's a conservative magazine of anything, but The Economist, right, will do a study of any jurisdiction and talk about stability as being one of the number one investment features of how to rate any given province or state or country. And if you create instability through legislation, then you're not...
Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 4-1, the House stands adjourned until 7:30 this evening.